In the chamber.
Thanks so much. Good morning and welcome to Vancouver City Council meeting of Tuesday, June 22nd, 2021, if you can believe it. This council meeting is being convened by electronic means as authorized under Part 14 of the Procedural Bylaw under the updated Ministerial Order M192. If my connection is lost during any portion of this meeting, we'll recess until my connection is restored. If a council member loses connection during the voting process, staff will work to get you back online quickly, and if we're voting, we'll suspend the voting process until you're able to participate. Council members, please be reminded to keep their video on so we can ensure quorum is maintained. Of course, we acknowledge we're on the unceded traditional territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. Thank them for having cared for this land and look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. And really want to thank staff for all their work. It's what keeps this great city rolling along. Thanks so much. And clerks, over to you for roll call.
Mayor Stewart in the chair. Councillor Carr.
Here.
Councillor DiGenova. Councillor Fry.
Present.
Here.
Councillor Swanson.
Here.
Councillor Hardwick.
Present.
Councillor Wiebe.
Present.
Councillor Boyle.
Present.
Councillor Dominato.
Present.
Councillor Bly.
Present.
Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Present.
You have quorum, Mayor Stewart.
Thanks very much. So for today, the public is urged to listen to the proceedings via the website or YouTube link, and that's all on Twitter at Van City Clerk for updates. And anybody who wishes to comment on any items can use the web form on the website, and that link is also on Twitter, and the live stream at Van City Clerk is the Twitter handle. Right, I also want to note the City of Vancouver's longstanding commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, including utmost respect for all genders. So we're trying here in council to make sure that we address, when we address speakers and staff, we avoid using gendered honorifics and instead refer to the person by the first and last name, role, or title. Today we have 3 administrative items, 1 presentation, 9 unfinished business items, 2 communications, 3 reports, 5 referral reports, 48 bylaws, 1 administrative motion. Then we have our notice of council members' motions, new business inquiries, and other matters. So the plan for the day is we'll go till noon, then break for lunch until 1. We go on camera from 1 till 3, and then we return at 3 until we finish the remainder of the agenda. So can I have a motion to go on camera later this week?
Done.
Second, Councillor Carr.
Okay, thank you. For all those in favor, yay.
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 Opposed, nay. Thanks so much. That's been approved. The reasons and the authority under the Vancouver Charter are listed in the agenda. Okay, we've got 2 sets of minutes, council. Minutes 1 are the minutes of council meeting of June 8th. Any corrections? Someone like to move these?
I will, Councillor Carr.
Thank you. Councillor DeGenova, second. All in favor, yay.
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 Opposed, nay. Thanks very much. Minutes 2 are the council meeting following the City Finance and Services meeting of June 9th. Any corrections? I have a mover.
Moved.
Thank you, Councillor Hardwick, seconded Councillor DeGenova. All in favor, yay.
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 Opposed,
Yay.
nay. Okay. Okay, council, we have quite a lot of stuff on consent here. So now we're going to consider matters adopted on consent. We have communications 1 and 2, reports 1, 2, and 3, referral reports 1, 2, 3, and 5. Referral report 4 has a presentation of speaker, so it's being withheld from the consent agenda. So I've got Councillor Kirby-Yung on the queue to hold something. Councillor Kirby-Yung?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I'd like to hold report 2, contract award for provision of parking meter equipment. I'd like to hold report 3, downtown Eastside plan implementation grant allocation. And I'd like to, I don't know if we're doing it yet, but hold report for 1850 Main Street.
Okay, one more time. You want to report 2, which is the report 2, report 3, and what was the last one?
Referral report number 4.
Right. Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Bly.
Oh, thanks, Mayor. I actually was just taking myself off the queue. Those were the
Okay.
reports that I wanted to hold.
Okay, great. So that's it for the queue. Thanks very much. So council, so I'm just going to read this out here. So we can adopt these recommendations in the communication and remaining reports collectively in a single motion. And the ones that we would adopt on consent are communications 1, change to deputy mayor roster, communication 2, changes to 2021 committee meeting schedule. Report 1, closure and sale of land adjacent to West 29th Avenue. Referral reports 1, 2, and 3. Report 1 is CD1 rezoning on West 13th. Referral report 2, CD1 rezoning on 2929 Commercial Drive. Referral report 3 is miscellaneous amendments concerning various CD1 bylaws. And so can I have a mover to adopt those on consent?
So moved.
Councillor Dominato.
Oh, sorry, and thank you for that. I'll call for a seconder, but I just want to, anybody wants to declare a conflict of interest on these items should do that now. If not, I'll call for a seconder.
Second.
Thanks very much, Councillor Hardwick. Okay,
Mayor, this is the clerk here.
Yeah.
Just wanted to provide, receive clarification on referral report 5 not being held. And that's also going forward.
Right, I'm sorry, I didn't see that on my other page. Right, so referral report 5 was also not held. And that is the annual inflationary rate adjustments to density bonus contributions. Okay, so is everybody clear on what we're voting on? If not, I can go through the list again. If you're not, just let me know. Okay, so all in favor, yay?
Yay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay? Opposed, nay? Okay, so those pass, council, so I'll just go through the list again. We've approved communications 1, change to deputy mayor roster, communications 2, changes to 2021 council meeting schedule, report 1, which is the closure and sale of a portion of road adjacent to 2929 West 29th Avenue, referral report 1, CD1 rezoning on West 13th, referral report 2, CD1 rezoning on 2929 Commercial Drive, referral report 3, miscellaneous amendments concerning various CD1 bylaws, and referral report 5, the 2021 annual inflationary rate adjustments to density bonus contributions. Okay, so that's it on the consent. And everything good there, clerk? So before we move to the presentation?
Yes, everything's good.
Okay, great, thanks. Okay, council, so we're moving on to our, we have one presentation today, which is a transportation update, and we have Paul Storer for the Director of Transportation here to present the item, and then we can, of course, ask questions afterwards. So over to staff.
Sorry, it took me a second to get unmuted there. Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm Paul Storer, Director of Transportation, and I'm here today to present our annual transportation update. We've been doing, hopefully everyone can see this okay without any boxes. Sorry, I'll move some things around here. So we've been doing this for a number of years, normally in June, along with when we get the data back from our annual panel survey. And the panel survey is a tool that we've been using since about 2013 to get a yearly snapshot of what the transportation trends are in the city of Vancouver. Prior to that, we'd had to rely on either the census or TransLink Trip Diary, which are both only every 5 years and don't really give us a very granular assessment of what's happening out on the streets. So the intent today is to give council an update on that, as well as a number of other things that are happening.
Sorry, Swanson here.
Yes.
Is the PowerPoint up on the screen that the public can see?
Oh,
It is, yeah. It just isn't moving along yet.
and can I ask, are you seeing the proper presentation view?
On the WebEx, we're seeing two slides at the
Oh.
same time.
My apologies. I'll try again here.
Okay.
I'm not seeing it.
One day I will learn this. Here, let me.
Paul Store, if you can just press F5, that should put it to full screen.
Let me try this again. I thought I'd figured all this out, but
Nope,
okay,
still
F5.
no, it still isn't. I think you're just if you go to display settings at the top.
Yeah. There we go.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, and it's the same as the public screen, so please continue.
Great, thank you. Sorry about that. So yeah, the goal today is to talk about the travel trends, about kind of what we've seen over the last year with COVID and how mobility has responded to that. Some of the work that we're undertaking as part of the Climate Emergency Action Plan, and some updates on safety and active transportation and transit. So there's a lot of material to cover, but I'm going to try to run through it fairly quickly. As council's aware, there's transportation is a big part of what the city does, and we have a reasonably big budget that goes towards it, including maintenance of streets and a lot of other operational issues. But we also invest in active transportation and transit, ways for people to be able to get around the city more efficiently and more healthily, as well as a real focus on safety and people feeling safe and comfortable as they use our transportation system. So I'll talk about some of the travel trends that we've seen this past year. Obviously, 2020 was not a normal year for transportation or for many things. And this is on the left is pre-COVID. So how people were getting to work pre-COVID, and that includes remote work. And on the right is what we were seeing kind of later in 2020. And one of the big shifts was we went from 7% of people working remotely to about 41% of people working remotely, which is a huge shift. With the pandemic and concerns around physical distancing, transit saw a huge drop. So it went from about 34% of people commuting by transit to about 7% of the people who are working using transit to get there. So that was a big shift. We saw a large number of those people going to remote work. So people using transit were more likely to switch to remote work than people who'd used other modes. But we also saw a reasonable shift from people who've been using transit to motor vehicles where they felt safer during the pandemic. Overall, active transportation stayed pretty similar in terms of how people get to work, only dropping by a few percentage points from the pre-COVID number. When we look at all trips in the city, obviously, again, 2020 was a very unusual year, and we saw the big shift here was we saw a huge drop in the number of trips. So we went from almost 2 million trips a day in 2019 to about 1.4 million trips a day in 2020. So about a 30% drop in the number of trips. And in terms of how people were getting around for those trips, again, the big shift here was from transit, which dropped from 18.3% of all trips to a little over 7% in 2020. And a lot of that shifted over to motor vehicles. So in terms of transit, the big, transit had a huge hit early in the pandemic, dropped to about 15% of its pre-COVID numbers, and has kind of crept back up to about 40% in 2020, and has hung more or less there since. And as we come out of the pandemic, one of the things that we're expecting to see is a lot of kind of shifting probably in the fall as more people start to travel and go back to work. TransLink's expecting a strong ridership recovery throughout the rest of the year, and we're kind of thinking the same thing, but it's probably not going to be without a little bit of turmoil as people start to settle into new travel patterns in the fall as recovery really comes in and people are traveling a little more often. So we'll probably see some periods where there's some added congestion on the roadways as people are still not yet comfortable with the physical proximity of transit. But with that, we expect a lot of people will start to see transit as that really efficient way to get around, and we'll start to see a lot of people back on the transit system. One of the things that we asked people during the panel survey is about car share. Vancouver's the car share capital of Canada or North America. We have some of the highest percentage of car share usage. But we did see 2 of the 4 car share companies leave Vancouver. So both Car2Go and Zipcar. Well, Car2Go left North America entirely, I believe, and Zipcar left Canada except for Ontario. So we saw 2 of the 4 pull out of the market, but we're left with 2 kind of really strong local companies who are providing car share service for Vancouver. But we did, with those 2 companies pulling out, we did see the number of people who are part of a car share organization drop by a few percentage points. The exciting thing in the car share world is that we're about to see a new car share company launch in Vancouver called Zerocar, and they're a 2-way car share service that's fully zero emission vehicles. They're starting with a fleet of Teslas. So this is exciting in terms of meeting some of our climate emergency targets of shifting towards zero emission vehicles. So we've been working with them on finding street space for those vehicles a few places around the city, and we'll start to see those on the streets probably a bit later this month or next month. So in terms of the pandemic and how we've been managing it, some of this info we've presented to council before, but thought we'd provide an update on it, including the Slow Streets program. So early in the pandemic, recognizing that people needed places to get out and exercise and places to travel more safely, we rolled out a number of programs, including Slow Streets, which has been one of the ones that has received a lot of really positive public feedback. And we tried to roll them out in places around the city where people didn't have as good options of places to kind of get outside and get some exercise and travel, and also try to connect them to parks so people were able to get to their local park instead of all congregating in some of the bigger city parks. So the first phase, we rolled out about 40 kilometers of these. And in the second phase, starting in the fall, and we're kind of continuing with this, we've been rolling out traffic calming along the routes to reduce motor vehicle volumes on the slow streets. Because the goal of these is really to, for it to be local traffic only, so it's a lot more comfortable for people to walk and cycle. And where we've seen kind of continued higher vehicle volumes, we've been trying to do quick implementations to address those. We had one that we removed after seeing some issues and hearing some feedback on Wall Street. But the goal of these is to get things out quickly and then hear from residents about what's working and what isn't, and then adjust them based on that. So that's been positive, and we're going to keep rolling those out. About 75% of the people we surveyed earlier in the year, we're seeing fewer vehicles and less speed on those streets. So there were some real benefits there. Beach Avenue, we recently completed interim upgrades in 2020. We had reallocated the eastbound lanes on Beach Avenue with traffic cones to allow more space for active transportation and really to be able to allow people walking to get more physical distance as so they could kind of use both paths of the existing seawall. This was really positive, really popular. When we surveyed the public, we got about 90% of people really positive about this. And we came back this year and to a large extent due to the maintenance costs of keeping the cones out there, but also to respond to a lot of what we'd heard through the public surveys, we rolled out some interim improvements, which was kind of low cost curb and some other changes that allowed us to put two-way transit back on Beach Avenue. So eastbound transit had been relocated, as well as two-way traffic and better separation between people cycling and motor vehicles, as well as some significantly improved pedestrian crossings out on the street. So we expect later this year we'll start talking to the public again about what to do coming out of COVID and what to do going into recovery. But what we've learned through this will definitely support how we plan for the future of the West End waterfront in our West End waterfront work that we're doing with the Park Board. One of the upcoming projects that's we're working on that we're planning to implement late in the summer or early in September, well into September, is really about recovery. So we, as I said earlier, trips are way down now, but as we see the fall come and people are traveling for more and more things, essentially the transportation network isn't going to work well if all of those people are trying to get into cars. And we expect that there will continue to be some hesitancy from some people to get back on transit. I think we'll see that, fade over the fall. But the Smythe Street upgrade is intended to fill this big gap that we have in our cycling network with a kind of low intervention route, the same way we've taken on Beach Avenue, to create a all ages and abilities connection through the center of downtown, so that people who are still, so that there's a better connection between the West End and the rest of the city and places like St. Paul's and CBD and the rest of the city, but also so that people have a really good option rather than, as they start to return to work downtown and taking similar trips to that, they have a really good option to be able to do that not in a motor vehicle. We recently completed engagement on that and heard solid support for it. Over 70% of respondents were in favor of it. And we had really good conversations with local businesses and stakeholders to be sure that the street was going to continue to work for all their needs. One of the other things we're working on to kind of roll out in the next month is working with Park Board on how we can improve the Seaside Greenway around Kits Beach Park. This is something we've had in discussion for quite a long time. And last month, Park Board took the first step on this, which was reallocating some of the parking spaces within the lot to create within the parking lot just south of the tennis courts, to create a safe and comfortable cycling facility for everyone. We've been working with them on this and plan to do a trial of continuing this separation around the corner in Upper Arvida Street, which is has been quite a busy street, to create to really start to close the gap in the seawall through this area. We're also working with Park Board to start engagement on what the long-term plan will be for this, and are expecting to start that later this summer. In 2020, Council passed a motion for staff to start looking at how we use our street space and to start reallocating it more towards more sustainable transportation and places for people, with the goal of reallocating 11% of today's street space. We've kind of sliced and diced this in a few different ways as we've started looking at it. If you include in terms of where we are today, if we include Room to Move, the Room to Move program, so the slow streets, as well as all the temporary plazas we've implemented and patios, and the work we've done on improving bus speed and reliability, we're at about 1% of street space. So there's a lot more work to do here. 11% of street space is a lot. Essentially, it's equivalent to about 30 BC Place stadiums. But the work we've been doing so far has really been informing our thinking around how we can use street space for people through the Vancouver planning process, as well as thinking about going into the next capital cycle and how we really think about our street space and using it for neighborhoods and for businesses and for people. So next I'll talk a little bit about our actions coming out of the Climate Emergency Action Plan. So transportation is about 40% of the carbon emissions within Vancouver. And addressing those carbon emissions are a big part of how we're going to meet our targets. So the first program that we launched coming out of the Climate Emergency Action Plan was the Climate Emergency Parking Program, which Council, I'm sure, is aware of. Its public engagement is underway right now. So we have a survey open until July 15th to Shape Your City. And we've following a first phase of engagement where we kind of asked the public about more general questions about parking around the city, residential parking around the city. We've taken that feedback and put together a draft plan of what that could look like. And that's what we're really looking for feedback from the public on right now. And there's two components to that. The first component is a pollution charge. So the goal of this is really to encourage people who are buying a brand new vehicle to consider a low emission or zero emission vehicle. So the pollution charge, a lot of vehicles, new vehicles wouldn't be subject to it, particularly zero emission or smaller vehicles. But the idea is the more expensive, larger vehicles would need to pay a $500 or $1,000 charge in addition to the residential parking permit to really encourage people to consider a zero emission option when they're buying a new vehicle. The second part of the program is the overnight parking permit zone, and this would be a permit that's required in all of the areas of the city that don't currently have parking permits. And there's a couple key reasons for this. The first reason is it's a tool to be able to implement the pollution charge across the city. But it's also a user fee on people who choose to park on the streets to help fund the Climate Emergency Action Plan. Additionally, this would be a really good tool for us to solve some of the problems that we're seeing on the street as the city continues to grow. So we've proposed some dollar values of and outlined what that could look like. And we're going to be getting some good feedback from the public. We're planning to use that feedback to inform our final recommendation to council later this fall. One of the items that got a lot of interest when the Climate Emergency Action Plan was brought to council was transport pricing in the Metro Core. And as we've taken the feedback from council, which was really to focus on engagement, we've started to move forward on the first phase of this, which is really working with stakeholders across the city to start to really understand what transport pricing in the Metro Core could mean for everyone, and really looking at everything from business interests to equity and all of the things we're going to need to think about as we investigate transport pricing in the Metro Core. It's really about understanding what stakeholders' interests are, what their concerns are, and what impacts might be. But the ultimate goal of this would be to reduce carbon emissions and be thinking about the Metro Core as a better place that could have more people, fewer cars, and more places for people. So we have a RFP out right now to select a consultant to work with us on the program. And that would be both on the engagement side and on the technical work that's required to support that engagement. Another exciting action coming out of the Climate Emergency Action Plan is the TDM, the Transportation Demand Management Action Plan. And the Climate Emergency Action Plan directed staff to develop a five-year plan, really to look at what tools we have to take non-infrastructure approaches to give people tools to not have to rely on private vehicles so much. And it's almost complete. We're planning on launching that next month, and we'll be providing an update to council. But the goal is really to provide a lot of strategic direction and tools to schools and employers and residents of the city to be able to shift their travel behavior. And the first part of that we actually got ahead before the release was the school streets pilot that we implemented this spring across 3 elementary schools in Vancouver in partnership with the school board. And this was where we worked with the school and the parents of the school to close a block of street nearby, adjacent to the school, and to give people to give kids safer and more comfortable ways to get into the school. And we saw really positive feedback on this. We saw a lot of families walking and cycling more. We didn't see any issues with motor vehicles, though we'd removed a block of street from the vehicle network adjacent to the school, and really strong support from parents for continuing the program. So this is really positive, and we expect to continue working with the school board on this, learning from some of the things that we saw in the first phase. And another thing kind of along a similar lines of looking at how vehicles are traveling around the city, but looking at how we can reduce the impact of goods movement on the city. So there's a lot of trucks and cars traveling around the streets, delivering small packages to people. And we're launching a psychologistics pilot that's been fully funded by the province, but we're leading to create a small logistics hub for at least a couple delivery companies to use to be able to essentially unload cargo in Metro Core and then use cargo bikes to take that package for the last kilometer of its trip, to really reduce the impact of trucks on our streets. So we're really excited about this in terms of trialing a new way of getting packages around. So that will be set up this fall, and we'll be testing it over the winter and spring, and reporting back out on that in 2022. Broadway subway is under construction, which is really exciting. A lot of the demolition work has been completed, and we've been working with the province and the contractor on facilitating this going well and minimizing the impact on businesses of this and on how our streets work. And we just finished up a business awareness campaign where we use social media and worked with businesses to display the I Heart Broadway campaign, and that's been a really good first step in terms of creating awareness that, encouraging people to continue to shop on Broadway. We've also been working with the Broadway Plan team to engage on design of the station blocks post-construction. So I'll jump into a bit of an update on safety. So we launched the first pilot of the slow zone earlier this spring, and with a trial in Granby Woodland, where essentially we implemented 30 kilometers per hour on all the streets in the neighborhood between arterials, and heard really positive feedback from the community. We've recently collected data on it, and we actually saw a appreciable decrease in the area of vehicles driving over 30 kilometers per hour, which was a really positive outcome. And these are going to inform how we continue to roll the program out, but also our conversations with the province on trying to get the ability to be able to roll these out more efficiently and more easily through being able to implement blanket speed limits. So that was a really successful trial. And in terms of the neighborhood traffic management program, which we talked to council about at the same time, we've had a bit of a delay in that program, mostly due to a focus on pandemic response, but also some key staff vacancies. But we have started work around the strategy for the long-term success of this program, and plan to go out in the fall, hopefully where we can talk to people in person, which is really going to work better for this kind of work, with the areas that we've previously committed to working on traffic calming in those areas. In terms of the strategy, we plan to bring kind of the bigger strategic picture back to council early next year. We've in terms of we've been doing some work around how we respond to public input in transportation. We get a lot of interest in transportation from residents of Vancouver, and a lot of requests for better pedestrian crossings and signals in particular, as well as some other things. And this is great. Like, it's really important for us to hear the feedback from residents, but it's important for us to be trying to make this as efficient as possible. So we're implementing a few things, including a self-service website that we expect to be up in the next few months, to give people a lot more information about what we're doing, so they can understand where we're looking at signals, what our process is for pedestrian crossings, things like that, and just better information about what's already coming. And hopefully some of that will help people understand kind of what's coming down the pipe, so they you know, they can understand whether the thing they're interested in is part of our plan or not. And we expect that will start to reduce some of the amount of calls we get, and be sure that we're able to focus on the ones that are highlighting newer issues. We're also looking at how we internally process these, which is going to be important to be continuing to be really responsive to what we're hearing from the community. All of this work around safety has had a really positive benefit over the years. We have 2020 data where it's an interesting data point, but because transportation has been so different this last year, it looks like we've seen a good decrease in vehicle and pedestrian collisions, but we're going to continue to see how this progresses over the coming years as recovery happens. So lastly, I'll give a bit of an update on active transportation and transit in the city. So, through this year, we've been continuing to deliver on a lot of our transportation priorities. So including signals, we had 6 new signals implemented in 2020. Increasing the number of beacons, flashing beacons we've put out. Those are been really successful tools on smaller busy streets, so streets that only have lane in either direction. They're a fraction of the cost of a pedestrian signal and have been providing really good benefits. So we were able to roll out 9 of those last year, but also doing smaller things like retiming signals to give people more time, people walking more time to cross the streets, improving accessibility both at signals and working towards our goal of completing the curb ramp backlog by the end of the capital plan, and also implementing things like leading pedestrian intervals, which give people walking a bit of a head start in front of traffic to give them a little bit more visibility, which has proven to reduce conflicts at a lot of these locations. In terms of our capital work, there's a lot of work still ongoing on that as well. Granville Bridge Connector is now in design, and we still expect to be starting that work in 2022. And Richard Street and 10th Avenue are both 2 important projects that we expect to be wrapping up in the next few months. Richard Street was a project which was bringing a lot of walking, cycling benefits to create some better connections downtown, but also included green infrastructure to help manage the water on the street. So both of those projects are going to be wrapping up fairly soon here. And we've been making cycling network improvements kind of throughout the city over the last few years, including a lot of local street bikeways and improvements to our local street network. And lastly, transit. So transit fell to 40% of pre-pandemic levels during COVID. But there's still a lot of people using transit to get around, and TransLink's transit service performance review last year still showed that 8 of the 10 busiest bus routes in the region were in Vancouver, and these are the ones on the map. And buses and being sure that they're operating well are really important for the system. About 2/3 of total transit ridership is on buses. So we're continuing to work with TransLink on how we can improve how buses work on our streets. And we've been able to get a number of kind of win-wins through our COVID response and the bus priority work. For example, on Robson Street, as we were reallocating space for people on Robson Street, we implemented some temporary bus bulges, which along with some bus stop balancing resulted in big, huge efficiency improvements for transit on the corridor. We also did a number of other corridors, including some pilots on a number of important transit streets like Main and Kingsway. I mentioned Robson Downtown and Georgia Streets. And those along with bus stop balancing, which is a program that TransLink started to really look at where there are bus stops that are really close together, and figure out how to adjust the spacing so it's closer to there and to international standards. And stopping a bus at a bus stop adds a lot of time to the route and can add a lot of unreliability. So we've seen some good success on this program so far. And we've also seen some really good responsiveness where, a bus stop has proven to be important to people through the public engagement, and seen good responsiveness in terms of figuring out how to be sure that people still have really excellent access to these bus corridors. And in terms of those bus lanes I was talking about earlier, over the last couple of years, we've really ramped up how we are reallocating space towards transit. Essentially, we've tripled the number of bus lanes in Vancouver over the last few years, and this has been a really big benefit for transit, and can particularly be a big benefit as we integrate it with other types of bus priority measures. So Thank you very much, and I'd be happy to take any questions council has.
Thanks so much for your presentation. There are a number of councillors with questions. Council, we have up to 5 minutes for each of you to ask questions, starting with Councillor Boyle.
Thank you, and thanks staff for this very exciting presentation and all the good work that you're doing. I have many questions, so I'll just pick the highlights. I'm sure others will ask some of them. I'm curious to hear about the next steps in the school streets project, when we might hear what that looks like for September or for next year.
Dale Bracewell, I'm wondering if you would be able to answer that.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Dale Bracewell, Manager of Transportation Planning. For school streets, it's been exciting, and so we're already working with the 3 schools that we piloted with and exploring the opportunity to maybe continue with that one closure for perhaps the entire year. And then we're also looking at up to another 7 schools, which will engage in the fall, and really want to look at ones that bring impacts to disproportionately impacted communities and have some equity in the spreading out of where those schools would be, especially if they can be along a greenway. But I think some real potential expansion plans working with the school boards and interested schools.
Okay, great. Excited to see that continue. I'm also interested to hear about, you spoke to upgrades that are happening along the slow streets, and council gets a number of requests or complaints from people about those orange barriers being moved out of the way frequently in many places. Can you maybe give us a sense of the pace of improvements to those orange barriers and what continuing to improve that slow streets project looks like?
Yeah, so so the Slow Streets project was very much a pandemic response measure, and we used very temporary measures out there. A lot of water-filled barriers and signs. We're doing a cleanup of those right now, so we have crews going around and trying to clean a lot of those up for the summer, and we're working on kind of what the longer-term outcome of that program might look like, you know, beyond the pandemic.
Okay, and is it, I know I've been telling folks that they should let the city know if there are barriers being moved regularly so that those can be flagged and upgraded. Is that still the appropriate recommendation to be giving people who are having concerns?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, call 311 or get in touch with us.
Great. Okay, just want to make sure I'm sending people in the right direction. I'm also interested to know, it's great to see the chart about all of the increases to bus priority and bus speed and reliability efforts. Do we have particular routes that are sort of next up on the list, or a plan over the next few years of where we're looking next for improving bus speed and reliability in the city?
Yeah, we've been working with TransLink on that. And coming up with a good strategy to be sure that we are improving transit and continuing to support businesses coming out of the pandemic. So we're still working on the details of what those next corridors will look like with TransLink.
Okay, I will eagerly await that list too. My last question is a sort of broader question, which is I'm wondering if staff have recommendations. I know we get and then bring forward in motions or in other ways some very specific requests from specific neighborhoods or schools about transportation, and also want to ensure that we're making those improvements with a lens on equity and not just focusing on who requests them as the only metric. So I'm wondering if staff have any recommendations for council in terms of being able to respond to those public requests, but also being able to support staff in taking a whole city approach that's based on the data, based on equity, and not just complaint based or request based.
So a lot of our programs, we use metrics to prioritize things. The traffic signal programs a really good example of that, where whenever someone requests a signal, we go out and we do a study, and based on a number of factors, including how far it is to another signal and how many people are trying to cross and how difficult it is to cross, we prioritize locations based on that. The neighborhood traffic management program, right now we have a speed hump program, which we use kind of similar tools to measure speeds on a street and volumes on a street and prioritize based on that. So yeah, as much as possible, we try to use good data to prioritize our programs.
Thank you. We're on to Councillor Carr for up to 5 minutes.
Great, thanks, Mayor. Great presentation, thank you. My first one is also on the schools streets pilot. I did happen to go down to Lord Roberts School and just meet with parents and families involved. It was fantastic. So they asked a question, which is it possible for us to think about connecting schools through a protected bike route to a regularly protected bike lane?
Yeah, definitely. Like we've heard some interest from schools before in terms of improving how kids can walk or cycle to school. We have safe and active school transportation plans that we work with schools on that look at the infrastructure in the neighborhood and how to be sure that there are good ways for people to walk and cycle there. And the schools program that we've been working on has been, a really good way to connect with schools and for them to see what some of those improvements might look like. Right. So we're hoping there's opportunities coming out of this.
That sounds good. And I'm very happy to know that you are doing follow-up work with them. That's fantastic. Second question is on that real allocation of the 11% of road space, which I'm very happy council decided on. Are you working with our staff in planning on the citywide Vancouver plan and through the idea of our complete neighborhoods, get people to input on what they envision some reallocation of road space in their neighborhood might be?
Yeah, absolutely. The road space reallocation motion is really informing how we think about streets in the Vancouver plan and how we use streets for neighborhoods. So we're working very closely with planning on thinking about how we can use street space to really serve people as the city changes through the Vancouver plan. Awesome,
that's great. Third question on the Climate Emergency Action Plan and the parking plan there. I saw on that slide, it said that the parking plan is expected to reduce GHGs by 10% over a period of time. So I'm wondering if that 10% is actually 1/5 of the needed reductions we have to make, which is a 50% reduction by 2030.
So the 10% is 10% of what we're targeting through the kind of room to move action. So the shift over to electric vehicles and the shift to more environmentally friendly transportation.
It's not overall GHG emissions in the city?
No.
Okay, good to know. I think there's been a bit of confusion about that. That'd be great if that were to happen. Okay, that's great. Just because there's been a lot of discussion about that particular program, I'm seeking clarification. For most people across the city, the cost to them personally would be $45 a year for a parking permit. Is that right?
Yeah, so that's what we put forward for public feedback, would be a citywide permit fee of $45. And we're asking people whether they think that's a good amount. Only people who are buying brand new cars that are more polluting would be looking at the pollution charge, which is
okay. So a personal choice. So if somebody chooses to buy a more polluting car and not an electric vehicle, that's when they get the extra surcharge, right?
Yeah, that's correct. And the goal of that is really to encourage people to buy zero emission or low emission vehicles.
Okay. Okay, there's another part of that climate emergency action plan and the parking plan. In this case, the congestion charging. Now I know that Metro Vancouver is also pursuing the idea of congestion charging through a lot of consultations it's doing, but it's written into the planning around the climate emergency. Are we as a city working closely with Metro Vancouver around this?
Yeah, we're talking to Metro Vancouver. Some sort of road pricing or mobility pricing has been part of regional policy for a really long time. We're talking to Metro Vancouver about their thinking around it, and we're working really closely with TransLink on being sure that whatever we're talking about, they're in the loop on in terms of how it can be part of a regional solution.
Excellent. That's it from my time, but thank you so much, Paul.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Yung, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Thanks for the report. I've got a few questions, so I'll try to fire through them. The first one is in looking at sort of the overall update and the different measures and through a COVID lens where a lot of cities are being really bold, and I'm thinking of Paris and what they're doing with the Champs-Elysees in terms of creating 1.9 kilometers for a greenway, pedestrian focused, parks focused, people friendly. And I'm wondering if staff are looking to bring any sort of bold thinking around doing something similar, for example, to make Water Street entirely pedestrian only, or to advance planning around Granville Street and look at sort of a significant opportunity versus sort of this progressive incremental sort of allocation, like with things like slow streets or patios, which has a commercial use, but is very different, I think, than space for people to kind of walk and move. So are we looking for any bold measures there? Because I didn't see that in the report, and I think we have an opportunity.
Yeah, it's really it's been really interesting for staff to see what's going on around the world, and it's really exciting to hear businesses in different areas being interested in some big changes. These would be some pretty big changes, and we don't have anything kind of in the plans right now, but it'll be really interesting to see kind of coming out of the pandemic what the interest is in really shifting how we use street space.
So Paul, why wouldn't we, you said we don't have any specific plans right now. If not now, when? Why wouldn't we seize this moment and try to do something bold now?
Yeah, so we're working with the DVBA on council's motion on Granville Street, and it'll be good to see what comes out of that in terms of reimagining the street space. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see what the community thinks about these bigger sort of reallocations of street space.
Okay, I'll leave that there. Maybe we can have more conversation about switching gears in terms of micromobility and looking at other jurisdictions. This is moving forward quite quickly. They're flying off the shelves when people are buying them. But obviously, if we have a pilot that is private only, we have to own it. I'm looking at areas like North Vancouver City, who July 9th will have 200 e-bikes that they will receive for free by working through a private partner, or Seattle. For example, I understand in condition of issuing a permit for e-scooters is that they also have to offer e-bikes. And so they've had a lot of them in the market for 4 years. I'm wondering if staff are following cities like Seattle that are enabling those additional micromobility so that people can rent them. It's more affordable, and we can provide more sustainable choices more quickly. Are staff looking at that and following that, say for the Seattle example?
Yeah, definitely. We're looking at what a ton of cities are doing around North America and the world on micromobility. Our recommendation that's coming in a report to council tomorrow around privately owned e-scooters would be a first phase as we really start to understand what legalizing them on the streets would look like.
I'm just going to jump in for time. That is a several-year pilot through 2024, and people are riding them now. So I feel like they're literally getting away from us. So are we looking for something in the shorter term and taking advantage of these opportunities to bring in these alternate micromobility options, e-bikes and e-scooters?
Yeah, we're definitely keeping our eye on what our options are. With the e-scooters, one of the thoughts is that there already are some on the streets, and they aren't regulated. So giving them a place to ride, such as protected bike lanes and local streets that are safer, will hopefully create
I
fewer problems with them being on the
understand
sidewalk.
that. I understand the report. I guess I'm asking about advancing shared mobility, shared micromobility explicitly.
Yeah, so our recommendation at this point is to start with a private only to really understand how that goes, and then we'll continue looking at other models.
Okay, I'm gonna look forward to more discussion on that. In terms of the urban freight pilot, where is the proposed trial hub?
It would be in the Metro Core. We're thinking it will probably be in the Mount Pleasant area, and that'll be able to connect to a lot of different businesses in the area.
Okay, but so tentatively planned but not confirmed on the location yet, is that right?
Yeah, we're looking at a number of different locations, some owned by the city, some not, and we have the RFP out right now to get a couple different companies involved.
Okay, but the city would be providing the hub, the location, and that would be the
Just at the 5.
contribution?
Yeah, we're doing the organizational work. The province is funding the whole thing.
Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Fry, up to 5.
Thanks, and thanks for the presentation, Paul. Right off the top, one of my questions is just about Prior Street. Totally appreciate the new sky blue crosswalks that have been installed on Prior, and just curious where we're at with some of the traffic calming on the road to downgrading it from arterial and what we can expect as next steps per council direction.
Yeah, so we had good, have had good success in terms of some of the work there. Was a lot of utility work happening over there for quite a long time. So we weren't able to roll everything out quite as quickly as we would have liked to. Most of the work is done, including the blue crosswalks, as you said. There are still some temporary bulges that we have yet to implement. We put some out and had some issues with some of the turning movements. So we had to remove them, and we have a new design that's kind of coming in probably next week, and that'll be most of the work right on Prior that would be delivered right now.
Fantastic, and can we expect an update on the St. Paul's trekking route conversation soon?
Yes, we're working with New St. Paul's contractor on how their trucks get to the construction site, and we are we're working with them on the main route not being Prior, the main route being through Terminal and other streets. But Prior is a truck route on the network, so there may be times when some of the trucks need to use Prior.
That's fair. Thanks for that. Onto bike routes, and our two east-west routes on the both north and south sides of the city. So Kent Avenue on the south and Powell at the north. Any plans on some surface upgrades, especially on the Kent side, and then ungapping some of the pieces where we see the Powell overpass kind of goes to nowhere? And
yeah, so that's one of the things. So the Powell one is one of the things that has been delayed a bit due to the pandemic. We plan to start a fulsome engagement on the Portside Greenway probably last year, and that's gotten delayed a bit, but we do want to get going with that as soon as we're kind of out of pandemic mode, and that'll be looking at what our options really are for that whole corridor of Wall Street and Powell and into Gastown. In terms of Kent Avenue, it's been on our map for quite a long time to figure out the upgrades there, and hopefully in the next couple of years we can start getting going with a project to really upgrade cycling along that corridor.
okay, I'm still hearing some concerns around the surface, the actual sort of potholes and that kind of thing. Any opportunity to just do a more semi-permanent upgrade?
Yeah, we can take that back and take a look at that. The street Kent gets a lot of heavy truck traffic, and it isn't, a super well constructed street, so it does get beaten up. We'll take that back and see what we can do.
Thanks, Paul. On the pop-up patios, as you were presenting, actually, we got a really lovely email from a resident complimenting the Kamloops and Hastings pop-up and how great it is and how they hope it stays forever. And I'm just wondering what we anticipate as far as how we're going to what's the roadmap for renewal of these pop-ups and long-range strategies, and how folks can input on where they would like to see these become permanent.
That's a really good question, and I'm not sure I'm the best person to answer. I'm looking at who else is on the line. Juan, are you able to answer that?
Yes, good morning, Mayor Council Lon Leclerc, General Manager of Engineering Services. Yes, we are planning a report back in the fall in response to Council's direction to make these a reoccurring feature for every summer. So that report is something you can anticipate in September, October.
Awesome. That's looking forward to that. I guess last question for me is around the Transport Canada grade crossing regulation compliance for the end of November this year. And obviously we've talked a bit about the one at Raymer and Cordova, and you've updated on that. I know that there's also some concerns around Grandview Highway rail crossing there by the Rona and all those kind of shops and stuff. Where do we anticipate some work on any of these at-grade rail crossings by the compliance order?
Yeah, so we're still hoping to complete most of them by the November deadline. We have received an extension recently from Transport Canada, but to have an opportunity to delay it by up to a year, but we still want to move them ahead quickly.
Okay, and so those are the two main ones,
And
and
we're just at the 5 minutes to Councillor Price. I'm going to move on to Councillor Bly.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, staff, for this great presentation update. I just have a few questions, and I'll move through them relatively quickly. The first one is around the long-term plan around how the 2/3 of transit ridership right now is on buses. How do we expect this number to change with the Broadway subway? And part two is there wasn't, I may have missed it, but a mention of the extension to UBC and where that is at. And I have a couple more, so if the answers can be brief as possible, that'd be great.
So in terms of the UBCX extension, this Broadway subway extension to UBC, we've been working with partners, including TransLink, on a study of that. So that is going to be wrapping up fairly soon here. You know, we will see a shift to SkyTrain in Vancouver as the Broadway subway completes. That's going to provide a whole lot more opportunity for people to get to Central Broadway because it's been really constrained with the bus network. So we expect to see a shift over to the SkyTrain network.
Okay, great. And okay, I have a follow-up to that. I will send that in as we discuss the Broadway plan. But my next question is around wayfinding and the role of transportation planning, working with our whole city staff team around wayfinding as it relates to available transit options, particularly for people downtown, but also parking, let's say where, and you mentioned the new ride share coming into the city, which is exciting. What role do we play, and is there more we can be doing to help guide people in our city, certainly as we look to recovery, about how to use transit, where they can find it, where they can find parking, where they can find car share, and even beyond, so specifically around wayfinding.
Yeah, so maybe there's a few aspects of that. The traffic demand management action plan has a lot of ways, like has a lot of actions that are intended to help people figure out how to better use the system, right? So walking, cycling, and transit. So it's a component of that. On the parking side of things, like better communication is always going to be really helpful from a transportation perspective. And the parking side of things, one of our struggles has been that we don't always kind of communicate meter prices and things like that as clearly as we could. So we've been looking at trialing some systems to better indicate where less expensive meters and where better places to park might be to really help make people, give people opportunities to make better decisions on the network. Dale, I wonder if you have anything to add.
Yeah, just briefly that the transportation demand management plan does include a specific action on expanding wayfinding, and so that's going to be something that we can look into as part of that.
Okay, great. Yeah, look forward to hearing more about that. Just a question around visibility and safety. We get feedback quite often, general maintenance of, for example, painted crosswalks and that sort of prioritization around maintenance. I'm just wondering if you can comment on the sort of philosophy we apply to staying on top of ensuring that our crosswalks are very visible and that the paint is not in disrepair and affecting people's ability to see the crosswalk, especially at night, or for those that have mobility issues and may struggle.
So we have programs where we go back and we repaint things. We have we also really, it's really helpful for us to hear from the public on where something isn't working, whether a tree has kind of grown over a sign or whether something's wearing out. It's really helpful for us to get that feedback so we can take a look and
okay.
see.
So for residents to continue to send that in. Just one quick question around the viaducts. When is the decision coming before council on the future of the viaducts?
Again, Lon LeClaire, GM Engineering Services, maybe I can respond to that. At this point, the viaducts project's still all components of it is self-funded, and it really is tied to the development. So when the development is in a position to move to its next step or advance to the next step, that's when a decision would come before council.
And staff don't expect that to be. We don't.
At this point, the component that's moving ahead right now is the first phase of that, which is related to the Plaza of Nations and that development site. So future developments would pay for future phases of that project.
Okay, I'm not hearing a date, so that I got it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you don't have a date.
Okay, that's my time. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Swanson, up to 5.
Yeah, I have 4 questions related to parking. I'm wondering if you could tell us briefly how you calculate the 10% reduction, or I think in some places it says 7 to 14% reduction.
So we worked with a energy and economic modeling firm, Novius, I believe they're called, to really look at the program and what it would take to really shift a lot of people to buying electric vehicles. There's a lot of factors. The reason we sometimes give a range is there's a lot of factors that can influence this. We don't know exactly how many people will choose to park off street instead. But based on the modeling, it looks like about 7 to 10% carbon reduction if the program moves forward as we've put forward to the public.
And a reduction in what?
Sorry, that's reduction in carbon emissions, and that's 7 to 10% of the carbon emissions that we're targeting through the transportation component of the program. It's not the overall. It's not overall 10% reduction in carbon emissions. It's 10% of what we need to achieve.
Of 39%. Is it 10% of 39%?
I'm seeing, I think it's a good question. It's 10%. Sorry, it was Navius Consulting, and it's 10%. So our goal is to reduce carbon emissions by 50%, by 2030, and 40% of carbon emissions are due to transportation. So it would be 10% of what we're trying to reduce in the transportation side of things. So there's still a lot of work to do through other programs to meet our goals. This is the first step towards that.
Okay, I got it. Thanks. Do we need the overnight parking permit zone in order to implement the $1,000 and the $500 pollution fees?
The way, yes, I mean, we need some sort of system to be able to implement the pollution fee across the city. It wouldn't necessarily need to be the $45 that we're asking the public about.
But it's like you have to register everybody or something like that. Is that why you'd need it?
Yeah, correct. Yes, we need to know kind of
Okay.
who's parking to be able to enforce that.
So could we exempt people earning, say, under 40K from the parking permit? And what would the monetary impact of that be? Probably most of them don't have cars anyway.
So right now we're hearing feedback from the public, and you know, there's various things we could do to mitigate impacts on people. So we expect when we report back to council, we will be able to outline kind of what the different choices might be in terms of moving forward with the program, and yeah, and what they
One
might look
more.
like.
If the money from the parking permits and the pollution charges went to transit, how would that work? Like, would we use 20, you said 20 million a year we could get from it. Would we provide free transit passes for people? Would we hand over the 20 million to TransLink? What would we actually do with it specifically?
So the Climate Emergency Action Plan suggested that funding from programs like this be used to fund the gap in the funding required to implement the Climate Emergency Action Plan. Ultimately, it will be council's decision on how to use any funding that comes from the program.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. That's it from me.
Okay. Thanks so much. Councillor Weave, up to 5.
Perfect. Yeah, really like to see the streamlined road safety report that the public will be able to utilize. I'm wondering, will there be a dashboard that will showcase all the work that's being done? So how many streets and all that stuff you kind of showed on that slide to really showcase to the public how we are moving a lot of this work forward.
Yeah, we're trying to kind of better explain what we've done, and one of the key things is being able to communicate kind of what's upcoming, so that you know, people understand, oh, I don't need to worry about that signal that's going to probably show up in a couple of years. So it's really to give better insight into what the plans are for upcoming work.
Okay, that's great. Love that initiative. Second one, kind of follow up on Bly, the integrated smarting technology, so people understand parking, recognizing our connection with parking providers. When are we looking to be able to allow people to know where to park, how much it will cost, so that they're not driving around neighborhoods looking for parking? So when do we think we'll have smart technology for smarting across the city?
So right now we are rolling out pay stations across the city, which gives us kind of better tools for that commercial parking, and are continuing to look at you know, what technologies are out there that we can use to really help communicate, you know, what prices are to people who want to park. So we're still not entirely sure what that next phase of technology will look like, but it's something we're interested in.
Okay, just knowing we're a big tech city, it'd be great to see this initiative. We're seeing it rolled out in different cities. It really seems to be really effective. So looking forward to that. The next one, a few councillors brought up different greenways, different connections to schools, safe school programs. I'm just wondering when we will see that refresh of our greenway strategy brought to council.
So we've been incorporating that into the citywide Vancouver planning process. It really ties in with how we better use our streets and how we can connect the city with a network of greenways. So that's going to be from a transportation perspective, we think that's an important part of the Vancouver plan process.
Okay. You talked about that we're going to get a report back on the transportation demand management. I'm wondering what tools we have or incentives to, I know we lost Fedora, but we know there's a lot of delivery that are using cars at the moment. I'm just wondering what incentives we could do to further bicycle businesses in Vancouver, recognizing that they could reduce the trip volume in Vancouver sizably. So Are we looking at business licenses for any deliveries? Like, what opportunities are we going to do to incentivize bicycle-based businesses and try to find ways to reduce the amount of trips for deliveries that are currently, obviously with COVID, have gone significantly increased?
Yeah, so we're really excited about the cycle logistics pilot that we're going to be implementing with the province, which will give us and really delivery companies a better understanding of what works well and what doesn't in terms of trying to, shift all of these trucks driving around the city delivering small parcels to cargo bikes. So we think that's a really good first step in terms of moving towards a more, right-sized vehicle delivery service.
But how about the incentives? Like, obviously losing Fedora was huge, recognizing that restaurant sales from online services have tripled over the last little while or even larger. So I'm just wondering how we're incentivizing bikes. Like, I know a couple bikers are using Mobies to do restaurant deliveries, and it'd be interesting to know how we can incentivize that use instead of seeing single-use vehicles driving around the city.
Dale, did you have a thought on that?
Yeah, Councillor, I just, some of these, when it comes to licensing, what we've learned in ride hailing is to really do this, at least in the context of the region. So TransLink is just starting up essentially an urban freight working group. So this would be a perfect opportunity to bring that conversation about licensing, because again, it'll really impact other cities as well, and to do that in a coordinated way.
Okay, and then I follow up on that. The transportation pricing, why aren't we doing that with a regional context, recognizing other cities wanted to see that as a regional and they feel like Vancouver is going on its own? And then second one was a follow-up to Sky's. When would we see us go from the 1% to 11% on reallocation, recognizing that I think this is an opportunity to go bold?
Sorry, Councillor, we were just at the 5 minutes. So I'll move on to Councillor Hardwick. Up to 5, Councillor Hardwick.
Great, thank you very much. Paul, you've suggested you're really excited. I've heard everybody say they're really excited about this. Others are horrified. We've just seen a petition surpass 20,000 equivalent signatures on the pricing on the parking issue. So my question is, what happens when the public say no? Do we wait for an election, or is there anything that the public can do? We had an earlier survey. It didn't give us the results that we wanted, and we've taken a new tact in how we're going to undertake our surveys to presumably get the results that we want. So if the public says no, what can they do about it, or do we just have to wait till the next election?
So I think in terms of maybe to correct what I said, we said we're excited about the cycle logistics pilot, which we think is a good opportunity to work with business.
Sorry, Paul. There was a bunch of excited stuff there, so I was responding to a larger thing, not just pointing at you. To be clear,
in terms of the climate emergency parking plan, ultimately that's going to be council's decision. Our plan is to get the feedback from the public. We already have a lot of responses, which is excellent. That's what we want to hear. Whether people think we're on the right track or not, that's going to be really important to how we shape our final recommendation to council. And then it will be council's decision on whether to move it forward in one form or another.
Okay, so there is nothing the public can do really until the next election on this. I noted through some research that had come in from Research Co. That there was a reflection in one of your slides on reallocating 11% of today's road space. It says there's a strong public desire to increase active transportation and reallocate road space. And yet the Research Co. Data that I'm looking at says that roughly 30% said there's too many separated bike lanes in Vancouver and they should be removed. There's another 40-odd% that say Vancouver currently has the right number of separated bike lanes. there was a very small, I think 9% that said we needed more. So where are you getting your information from? Because it seems to be in contradiction to outside surveying that is being conducted.
So in terms of, I'm not sure about the data you've brought forward. It'd be good to see that. But in terms of the feedback we get, it's through a number of surveys. So we've done surveys around the pandemic response. You know, we did a broad one, and then we did individual surveys about slow streets, asked neighbors about implementation that we're doing within the specific neighborhoods. We did a specific survey on Beach Avenue. So, you know, we really try to track what the public and residents of Vancouver are interested in.
Maybe some methodological changes could be considered. Finally, the local area improvement petition process is used by residents where there's interest in getting, you know, speed bumps or things of that nature. You talked about various requests by the public to put in stop signs or stop lights. Can these be covered under the local area improvement petition process as an alternative?
So there are a few things that can be covered under that process. Traffic circles are an example of that. Speed humps and lanes. There are kind of specific things that are covered under that process. Things that are more kind of fundamental to how our streets work and how we manage our streets, like stop signs. We take a very technical approach to that to be sure that we're creating streets that are as safe as possible and continue to work.
So that means that stop signs and stoplights are not included in the petition process, and perhaps if they were, we could benefit from the nuance of understanding in neighborhoods instead of taking a one-size-fits-all kind of approach.
If I could just step in for...
Oh. Thanks.
Yeah, okay, thanks. Councillor Dominato, up to 5 minutes.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks for the update presentation. I have a handful of questions, so I'll try to go through them rapidly. Just on the subject of the self-service website, just following on Councillor Reeves' question is, can you confirm that this will allow both input from the public and residents around concerns they have around their neighborhoods, as well as to monitor what may come being up in the future in terms of pedestrian crossings or lights and so on?
Yeah, that's the goal. The goal is to really help people understand how our various programs work, kind of what's coming up in the future, so that they understand that and give them the tools to be able to ask us for the right thing, basically, for a thing that can probably help them.
Okay, great. That's fantastic. I just want to follow up on the, so I have 4 or 5 questions, so I'll go quick. The Transportation Demand Management Initiative talked about strategic direction and 76 actions to businesses, schools, employers, residents, and visitors. What can we anticipate in terms of when we talk about actions? Are these going to be regulatory that require compliance, or is this going to be we're encouraging you to do sort of X, Y, Z in order to manage better going forward?
So maybe I'll ask Dale Bracewell to answer that one.
Yeah, Councillor, it'll be primarily the latter, lots of opportunities to encourage and look for partnerships with employers, with schools, and residents. And so the school street pilots is one example. A walking school bus is another one that we're scoping out for the fall. And then really working now more closely with businesses, especially with not just remote work, flexible work, and then what can kind of be in the times that people still want to travel, what can be the ways to encourage active transportation and transit in new ways, but lots of encouragement and not really on the regulatory side.
Okay, great, thank you. On the subject of bike routes came up, Portside was already asked about, but I have a question around whether we're looking at improving east-west kind of southeast to northwest connections, particularly around Kingsway, Kensington, Cedar Cottage, Renfrew, Collingwood connections. I've had some residents express concerns about sort of traveling those routes. We have lots of east-west, north-south direct, but kind of that more diagonal into downtown, into our core. Is that something we're looking at?
Yeah, so through the Vancouver plan process and the Greenways refresh, we're kind of looking at trying to figure out what those good connections would be for a lot of different areas around the city. But yeah, if people have good ideas about something that's missing, we'd like to hear from them.
Okay, I'll forward it separately in an email. And then on the subject of the mobility pricing, I understand TransLink's going to be bringing their report later this year, possibly December. Has there been ongoing discussions around a regional mobility pricing model, and have we got any updates, or are we largely waiting for TransLink to do more of that formal report out?
Yeah, so TransLink's working on their Transport 2050 plan, which is kind of the long-term plan for the region. We expect there'll be some policy in there around mobility pricing. But again, we're working with TransLink really, really closely on the work that we're doing to be sure that we're really in alignment with the regional thinking on pricing.
Okay, thank you. And then on the subject of, we've been talking a lot about curbing emissions, and I'm curious if we get an update on discussions with the port and the trucking sector on reducing carbon emissions from those vehicles. I recognize the technology may not be there, but we are a port city, and obviously a lot of vehicles coming from outside the city into a number of neighborhoods. So I'm just curious what that conversation looks like.
Yes, we have regular ongoing discussions with the Port of Vancouver. They're an important partner to us and are talking about a number of things, including that. We also met with BC Trucking recently to talk about a number of things, but including, where there are opportunities to reduce emissions in those vehicles. We understand there are still some technological hurdles that are harder than kind of light duty vehicles, but it's something that they're really interested in pursuing.
And have we, in those conversations, considered, given that we're looking at sort of a levy for residents, are we looking at a levy for the truck sector as well?
In just 10 seconds.
So that's not something that we've talked about. It isn't as big a carbon emissions production in terms of trucks moving around as all of the private vehicles in the city. So we've been really looking at how we can reduce emissions from the private vehicles.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Councillor Dejanova, up to 5.
Thanks very much. My first question is regarding loading zones and drop-off zones, especially near medical centers or childcare centers. I understand that, schools have particular ways of doing drop-off, but for instance, childcare centers may not have that, and definitely have heard from parents over the years. I know that, Paul Storr and Lon LeClaire both have heard from me after I've heard from people who have been ticketed when they've gone to pick someone up inside a medical center. They've come back in 3 minutes, just wasn't enough to, get that person from their appointment safely down to that vehicle in that loading zone. So just wondering if that's something that had been considered or would be considered at all.
Yeah, we're always looking at how we can manage the street space well. Like new daycares in the city all need to have pickup drop-off spaces included in the design to be sure that they work well for them. But yeah, again, it's how we manage the curb space to best kind of meet the needs of businesses and residents and institutions.
Okay, and can you refresh my memory? Was I correct with the 3 minutes? Is it a 3-minute time limit right now?
No, 5 minutes for questions to staff.
No, I was asking about the drop-off zone. Sorry.
Oh, sorry about that. Okay.
Thank you. I understand how that could be confusing.
So yes, it's 3 minutes. 3 minutes for passenger zones in the city.
Okay. Thanks very much. Also, just wondering, with the work that you're doing currently on the Adanac overpass, and engaging residents, and that you'll be bringing back in fall, and also the work that you're doing with Hastings Sunrise. Does this include engaging residents that perhaps are frustrated because of safety issues with sort of rat running through their neighborhoods? I mean, this is something that I'm hearing a lot about, that the, slow down, children at play signs, and every other, piece of neighborhood mitigation strategies that they've tried aren't working. So is that something staff is going to consider and bring back to council with recommendations, or would you need direction from council on that?
Yes, absolutely. The neighborhood traffic management plan is really about addressing those sorts of issues in local neighborhoods. And unfortunately, it's been delayed due to the pandemic, but the plan is to start talking to communities this fall, to re-engaging with communities and really finding out, what the issues are in those neighborhoods and working through potential solutions to those. So it's a very community-focused program, and as we think about the broader strategy around neighborhood traffic management, it will be about how we can kind of equitably go out to neighborhoods based on the issues they have and start trying to resolve issues.
Thanks very much. That's my questions for now.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Dominato, I see you on the queue, but you've used up your time.
Oh, Mayor Stewart, maybe I can.
Mayor, I'd like to move receipt of the transportation update today, as well as move an amendment.
Okay.
Councillor DeGenova, second.
Yeah, I just think
I've circulated that as
Yeah.
an amendment.
I know. I'm just going to have to check. I mean, this is a verbal update, but there's no recommendations before us, so I'll just check with clerks and come back to you.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Dominato. We don't often do this, so I just wanted to double check with the clerks. So there's no real need to move the receipt of the report. You can just move your motion regarding the topic that we're discussing if you just want to do that.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I'm happy to move that then, and the clerks do have that.
Okay, and we have a second. Okay, we have a seconder, so I'll move this to the main queue. And Councillor Dominato, if you want to talk about your motion, you can.
Yes, thanks, Mayor, and thanks, Council. Bringing this forward in light of, it seems timely given that we're having this transportation update, and thank you, staff, for a great update. But trying to avoid more member motions, that would be appropriate to bring this forward. And what it is a motion to have staff look at, as I've articulated, the traffic patterns, sight lines, speed, and collision history along Commercial Drive between East 12th and East 22nd, including Victoria Diversion. This follows on conversations I've had with a number of residents in the area. Councillor DeGenova has been part of those conversations as well as with residents further south, closer to 22nd and the Victoria Diversion, particularly around concerns around excessive speed, but also the need for potentially additional pedestrian crossings. That area is seeing a significant amount of development and change. It's also a very popular area with Clark Park as well as Trout Lake Community Center. And so it is to ask staff to take this into consideration. And as well, the other part of this is that along that stretch is Stratford Hall, which is an elementary school, as well as SEFA Early Learning Center. And there is a petition of over 1,000 families asking that we consider slower speed along the stretch adjacent to the school, again, northbound, particularly as it's downhill sloping past the school. They do have, I think, students K to 12, and then they have the early learning, which is ages 1 to 5. And so I'm bringing that forward on behalf of the community for staff's consideration and to look at that. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. We have Councillor DeGenova, up to 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Thanks. I appreciate Councillor Dominato bringing forward this motion. I'm also happy to support it. I see this area being problematic, and I think it even goes beyond, just looking specifically at Stratford Hall, looking at some of the other uses and childcare centers around there, but also Trout Lake Community Center. I have seen, and I've also crossed that street with a stroller. I've crossed that street by myself. When I was a park board commissioner to just as recently as a week and a half ago, and noting that cars traveling down Victoria also to the diversion that meets at commercial there are also traveling at very high speeds. So when we look at the users in the neighborhood and the fact that this is supposed to be a family-friendly area, and there often are people who are crossing there, I think that it's important that we look at the need for this beyond just even the very good examples that Councillor Dominato has given that we've both heard from residents specifically on. So happy to support it, and I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Councillor Boyle?
Thanks. I just wanted to say I'm also happy to support this, and that I appreciate that the request is for staff to look at the data and make reports back, as I alluded to in my questions to staff on the presentation. I think it's important that we, as council in particular, do what we can to be responsive to community requests, and I know this is where that's where this is coming from. And also that we make these decisions on a citywide level, looking at the data and with some sense that the concerns we hear about are likely not the only concerns that exist across the city, and that we're responding from an informed data-based perspective also to concerns at schools or other traffic areas of the city where neighbors may not be as loud in highlighting those concerns for us, but are still, for a number of reasons, including the many barriers that people experience to participation, but are still experiencing a lot of transportation challenges. So just wanting to make sure that we're balancing that sort of responsive decision making, but also an equitable data-based citywide prioritization. And so appreciate that this is really asking, let's take a look at what's happening here. There's a lot of change, again, as Councillor Dominato pointed out, and go from there. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Yung, up to 5.
Yeah, I'll be brief, and I just wanted to thank Councillor Dominato for bringing this forward. I will wholeheartedly support it. I think that the communities and the neighborhoods are the most intimately familiar with the safety issues and the pain points in their neighborhood. And when they are rallying, it's usually because those concerns are pretty significant. And so I do think that's the job of council, to bring forward these concerns from the community when we're hearing them. I'm confident that staff will look at sort of historic data, as well as sort of the sort of structure and sort of other best practices around that in their response back. But I think it's important that council are responsive to those concerns, because it's safety ultimately, and there's not a lot of point in sort of talking about general sort of other city building efforts if people just don't have that fundamental basic comfort in their neighborhoods, and especially when you're dealing with families and kids. So very happy to support it. Thank you.
Councillor Wade.
Yeah, I think this is great. I think it's great that the community is bringing this forward. I do concerned about this process of bringing a specific component to this report back, because I just met a whole group of people that, including Deepak, on 37th Avenue, because there's multiple schools and they want to see the Ridgeline Greenway improved for parents. And we had a group in South Vancouver that had another request. And that's why I was really looking forward to how we can do a streamlined road safety program that the staff talked about, because I think we need a more comprehensive program that allows this type of work to kind of rise up to the staff level. Because right now I think every counselor has one or two of these community risen projects that they could put on the floor today. And I think that piecemeal approach isn't really appropriate to put one community against another. So I hope that we can come up with a strategy that's more comprehensive across the city, and looks at what opportunities we have to expand traffic safety and greenways across every area, including connecting parks and schools and the rest of the greenways. So I struggle with the fact that we're putting one, and I think there's another amendment for another section. And I think that there needs to be a better way to do this more comprehensively and create a fair approach where it's equitable for people that don't have as much connection to city councilors to be able to bring their concerns and their suggestions forward.
Thank you. That's it for discussion on this item. So I'll call a vote on this, which is Councillor Dominato's motion in relation to this item, this matter. Council, that is passed unanimously. Thanks so much for voting on that. And I guess that's it for, I see Councillor Dejan. Councillor Dominato, do you have anything else on this matter?
No, nothing further.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Dejanova, I see you on the list.
Thanks. Mayor Stewart, as you and my colleagues will know, I'd circulated an amendment. It was specifically to address some of the issues that I had been hearing about from mostly parents that live near and adjacent to the Adinak overpass and in Hastings Sunrise that are concerned with vehicles rat running through their neighborhoods and excessive speed, especially when children are at play, as I'd mentioned before in my questions. I understand that will be coming in a separate update as council direction has been given, so I will not be putting that forward. However, I have sent in another amendment that I would like to put forward that I think, to Councillor Weeb's points, this broadly addresses the entire community. This isn't about one specific neighborhood, and it asks, so I'll just wait for that to I also just sent an updated version because the first one had a typo, so I want to make sure the clerk has received that. I sent that today at 11:17, and it reads that council directs staff to engage residents in neighborhoods to review and consider increasing time limits associated to vehicle loading zones and drop-off zones, especially in areas serving people with disabilities and mobility issues and families with young children, including but not limited to medical buildings and child care centers. And I have over the past
so before you speak to this, Councillor Dejanova, we'll just have to follow the same practice we did with Councillor Dominato. So we would, since this is a main motion, but it's allowed because it's related to this item that we've just discussed, we would need a seconder for this to continue.
Second, Councillor Weeb.
Okay, so I'll go back on the queue here. We're over on the main queue. So Councillor Dejanova, you have up to 5 minutes on this item to speak to it.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Mayor. And I think that it's self-explanatory. That being said, you know, being a former liaison to the Persons with Disabilities Advisory Committee, and also during my time at Park Board as Commissioner liaison to the Seniors Advisory Committee, understanding that when you're helping someone from a vehicle into, be it VGH, a medical center, or if you're doing drop-off at a daycare for one child and you have another child who's in the car, taking them out of a car seat, managing to get them into that daycare, you know, depending on how many kids you're having to move around with you, These are just some of the issues that have been brought to my attention where people have received tickets because they have exceeded that 3 minutes that they're currently allowed. And I can't imagine, sometimes it takes 3 minutes to wait for an elevator. So trying to pick someone up in a wheelchair or even to put their equipment, be it a scooter or wheelchair, in your vehicle. If you're assisting that person, taking them to medical appointment, I think that it is important. I'm not specifying what that time limit should be, but I do think that we should consider increasing it. And certainly have heard from people who have received tickets or are too afraid to even attempt to do this because they know they can't in 3 minutes and don't want a ticket. So that's the reason. Happy to entertain questions if you allow so through points of information for my colleagues, but this would be citywide. I'd be considering this.
Okay, Councillor Dominato, up to 5.
Thanks, Mayor, and I'm happy to support this amendment. One of the things that I've mentioned this in the past around schools and drop-offs at times, and as much as we're encouraging people to walk and roll, and I see that with my own kids' schools, people are doing that, but on occasion there are people who have to drive, they're going their own route on transit to a job. But particularly for persons with disabilities or in medical aids and so on, it gives peace of mind. You'll recall there were many stories and there were recently changes around hospitals and emergencies and removing paid parking because the stress it adds for people is there, if they've got enough on their plates. And so I think having staff look at this and come back and identify whether there's some changes that are necessary, some recommendations around slightly longer time so that people can do those drop-offs and pickups, I think is really reasonable and will just help people. Again, it's about sort of that livability of the city and just getting around and quality of life for people and just simplicity and not having to worry about getting a ticket while you're helping a family member or dropping off a child for daycare. So appreciate the amendment and happy to support it. Thank you.
Councillor Kirby-Yung, up to 5.
Yeah, I wonder if I could just ask a point of clarification through you, Mayor, to the mover.
Okay, sure. Point of information. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it's just the language. I'm just wanting to understand I'm interpreting this correctly. Councillor Digenova, it says engaging residents in neighborhoods to review and consider. So
my
are you asking for
that might have been the typo.
neighborhood consultation? Or are you asking that staff review and consider? I'm just not clear on the language.
No, I'm sorry. What I had done there is I was changing a typo and obviously copied and pasted something else. So I could move an amendment to the amendment, if that's all right with you, Mayor?
You don't have or Councillor Digenova.
Can you clarify what the intent is, please?
Oh, the intent of this is to ask staff to, or to direct staff to consider increasing the time limits. I think that I was
okay.
clear
So you're
about
not
that,
asking
the
for
reasons why.
consultation with all the neighborhoods.
No, again, that was an error. So I'm happy to change that. Councillor Kirby-Yung, I'm just letting you know that in case that helps to influence your decision. Thanks, Mayor Stewart, trying to answer the question, but also express my intent. But I'll go back on the queue.
Okay, thank you. That's it for me right now. Thanks, Mayor.
Councillor Digenova, you have 3.5 minutes.
Okay, thanks so much, Mayor. Second, just sending this in. Thanks, Mayor Stewart. I did send that in. I'm hoping that you that the clerk can sort of amend it to
No,
really
it has to be.
It's already in writing sent in, Mayor. I'm just saying that I'm hoping that it can be brought up on screen with the amendment as
How are you amending? This is an addition to.
No, I just removed some of the wording as Councillor Kirby-Yung had right.
Yeah, but as this is a motion that's been forwarded, we need to know specifically what you're replacing rather than make the clerk.
Then I'll just strike and replace it.
So this is
I'll just strike and replace the First Amendment so that I don't have to go through it, and neither does the clerk in red lettering.
Yeah. So at our chairs meeting yesterday, we We just got to make sure that this is council's work, not clerk's work. So,
No, I understand. That's why I.
so if it's a strike and replace and that is not, for example, is not proper.
So you'd like me to withdraw it and re-put it? Because I'm happy to.
I'm just giving you, I'm not suggesting any actions for you. I'm just saying that at this point,
Could I ask a point of procedure?
well, I'm telling you the procedure right now, and I'm looking at
But my
the
clock
amendment that
is
you-
running, so if I call it a
That's
point of procedure, then my clock does not run.
Okay, point of procedure.
So my point of procedure is I'm apologies, Mayor. I didn't know that you discussed this at a chair's meeting. There's been no memo or information sent to me on this. I have seen councillors send in amendments like this with corrections before, and they have been accepted. So I'm asking you how you would suggest that I rectify this. Should I specifically say what needs to be struck and put that in bold?
I'm not going to give you instructions about how to correct your motion, but I'm going to say under 8.1 of the bylaw, it says that your changes have to be in writing and they have to be legible, essentially. So we have to know exactly what you're asking. So we do have a motion that's been seconded. Your motion's been put forward and seconded. It is on the floor as is. So the text has been there, and there has been a question as to whether it's correct.
So I'd like to move to withdraw it so that I can put forward the correct text.
So you want to withdraw the, so we're off the point of procedure now, and I'm going to start your clock. So you're moving to withdraw the motion, okay?
Yes, at this point in time, yes.
Okay, the original motion, okay. Okay, clerks, and can you just remind me that, what does that is just, is that a majority, or is there unanimous because it's property of the chamber?
Mayor, it's the clerk. A unanimous approval is required of council.
Okay, so we'll try a verbal vote first. So we have a motion from Councillor DeGenova to withdraw her motion. Do we have a seconder for that?
Councillor Kirby-Young.
Second.
Okay, Councillor Kirby-Young, I heard as a seconder, so all in favor say yay.
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 Opposed say nay. Okay, so that has been withdrawn.
Rest of my time, Mayor, I've already sent that in. I've actually just titled it amendment, and the council directs staff to consider increasing time limits associated to vehicle loading zones and drop-off zones, especially in areas serving people with disabilities and mobility issues and families with young children, including but not limited to medical buildings and childcare centers.
Okay, and do we have a seconder for this?
Second.
Okay. Anything else, Councillor DeGenova?
I think I've explained it correctly. I'm glad to know this now. I would also like to request, Mayor Stewart, that we receive memos on what
Yeah,
you've
we're
discussed.
just following the bylaw enforcement.
I
but yeah,
know,
that's fine.
but if you decide something
Okay,
at chair's
Councillor
meeting,
Weave.
would hope for that. Thank you.
Councillor Weave, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, as the council liaison to the Person with Disability Advisory Committee, I am supportive of this. I think that this is something that has been brought up a few times to the committee, mostly with some of the new sites, Person Dogwood, and some of the other new sites that focus on people with disabilities and mobility issues. So I think this is a good amendment, and I will be supportive.
Yep, it is a motion at this point, not an amendment. Councillor Kirby-Young, you have about 3 minutes and 45 seconds.
I have a point of information for you to staff, if I could.
Sure.
And that is to the city manager, I guess, just a quick clarification. It's not necessary to say and report back to council, is it? Is it inherently that any changes would come back to council on this nature, or is it something that staff would do? How would the loop get closed with council?
Thanks. Through you, Mayor Stewart, maybe I'll ask Juan Leclerc to, that's my understanding, but maybe I'll just ask Juan Leclerc to confirm that.
Yeah, I guess it, in either case, would be reporting back to council.
So you report back and it wouldn't require any further amendment to give that direction. You would just do that anyway.
That's
Yeah?
correct.
Terrific. Thank you so much.
Okay. I don't see anybody else on the queue, so we can call a vote on this motion. Councillor Bly, Councillor DeGenova.
voted, Mayor.
There you go. Okay, that's unanimously approved. Thanks so much, Council. And I think that's it for this item. Great. Okay. So we are at 11:30. We have a half an hour, Council. Thanks very much to staff for that presentation and information. Now we're going to move to unfinished business. We have 9 items of unfinished business today. We have 8 council members' motions and an unfinished business item from the public hearing of June 17th. Just like council to note that EB6, keeping HandyDart accessible to people living with disabilities, was withdrawn at the request of the councillor who submitted it. So we're going to begin with the 8 council members' motions on the agenda today. And we have, just a reminder, we're right at the beginning. So council members have 2 minutes to introduce their motion and 1 minute to answer clarifying questions. The first item we're starting with, though, however, was I was asked to rule whether or not it was in order. And we ran out of time. We didn't extend the council meeting, so that's the item we're on. This is UB1, towards a quieter and emission-free landscape maintenance equipment future in Vancouver. And so just a reminder, at council meeting on June 8th, shortly before 10 p.m., Councillor Carr rose on a point of order under section 8.7 of the procedure bylaw, asking if the proposed motion conflicts with the previous motion passed by council relating to a moratorium on providing additional work to the development, business, buildings and licensing department via members' motions and amendments. Prior to giving the ruling, being able to give the ruling, the council adjourned. And so I've now decided, just by reviewing information and speaking to the clerks about past rulings, that this motion is out of order. It's out of order because it conflicts with the bylaw that was passed that restricts giving direction to development, DBL, essentially development, business and licensing. We did pass a moratorium on new work given to this department of the city, and so this is out of order because it conflicts with that motion in force. So essentially, I'm upholding Councillor Carr's request for this to be ruled out of order, and because the moratorium states that no work would be given to DBL staff. So even if this were, the motion states that the work would not commence until 2022, there would be some work where this would be assigned to staff, or they'd have to build it into their agendas and routines, and this is consistent with past rulings that have been made on similar items. So that's my ruling on that.
Point of procedure, Mayor, I might.
Point of procedure, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for that. I'd like to challenge the chair on the basis of precedent that this council last month accepted a motion on notice, specifically the example being one from Councillor Fry and Dominato, dealing with graffiti and nuisance graffiti that, as in the motion as submitted, included work for DBL, and that was accepted. So there is a precedent that has been undertaken by this council in accepting motions on notice, even though it may have been subsequently amended after the motion was accepted. And so I'd like to challenge the chair.
I'm just going to check on the process for challenging the chair, just make sure you get it right. So I'll just check with clerks, and I'll be right back on that one. Just 1 second. Okay, Council, just refreshing my memory on a chair challenge. So what has to happen here is that the motion has been made by Councillor Kirby-Yung. It would need to be seconded. There is room for debate. There's no room for amendments or no allowance for amendments. And then there's a vote. It requires a 2/3 of council vote to overturn chair's decision. And if the decision is overturned, then the motion would not be ruled out of order, and it would continue as if that ruling had not been made. So Councillor Kirby-Yung has moved the motion and challenged the chair. We need a seconder for that.
Second.
Okay, Councillor Dominato, thanks. We're on the queue. So now there is room for debate here. Councillor Carr is on the list. Since Councillor Kirby-Yung moved the motion, though, if you'd like to add anything else, you can put yourself on the list. And
Sure. Thanks, Mayor. I'll do that.
okay, and you would be first, and then Councillor Carr would be second. So please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's really important, and I've always been an advocate for consistency and application of procedure. I did mention in the request to challenge that we had received a motion, that specifically the graffiti one, in the last month, that had a number of components and language and was accepted and put on the agenda that related to DBL work. I would also note that I would also note in the course of regular council business that recently, when discussing changes to permitting, we had amendments also on the floor that related to DBL, specifically one from Councillor Hardwick that spoke to delaying the implementation of heritage, which was enabled, even though that also referenced the DBL work and made reference to the fact that that staff would remain focused on clearing existing backlogs, the same reference that is made in this motion. And that was also accepted at our council meeting of June the 9th. So there has been precedent there, and what I'm looking for is consistency in application so that there isn't inequity or I guess it's basically inequity or inconsistency in how those rules and procedures are applied. And I understand that this is a chair's decision, because I did research this with the city manager, who indicated that that was the appropriate place that it be made, and it should be a decision of council. So I just wanted to bring those examples to council's attention, because we have dealt with a number of matters in that way and very recently. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Next is Councillor Carr. Up to 5 minutes, Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks, Mayor. I just want to refresh council's mind. I did make the ruling in terms of the motion or the amendment that Councillor Kirby-Yung referred to, which was an amendment to a motion by Councillor Fry and Councillor Dominato regarding graffiti. And in that particular case, sought advice and input from the city manager and from the clerks. And if you remember, when I made my ruling, which was to accept that particular amendment to their motion, I noted that the work involved more than the Department of Development, Buildings and Licensing, and I asked for the city manager to comment on that, and he clarified, and I confirmed that my ruling would be based on that clarification, which was that the work could proceed with staff, but not including DBL staff, that there would be gaps thus in any of the work and reporting, because no DBL staff would be involved with that work. So in terms of this particular, so that was the basis for my ruling, that other staff would proceed to do some work in line with the amendment to that motion, but to the motion of Councillor Fry and Dominato, but no DBL staff. And in this particular case, because I have obviously conferred with staff in the preparation of a motion on the same subject, I was informed by staff that it is not possible for any staff to proceed with work or preparing for such work without the Department of Development, Buildings and Licensing, because their involvement would be so integral in this particular case. So I'm going to support your ruling.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Carr. I don't see any. Oh, Councillor Boyle. up to 5 minutes.
Thanks. Just to say, I'll also be supporting the ruling of the chair. I think it's important that we don't just start adding work to the January timeline of DBL, that respecting the moratorium and more broadly respecting the significant work that they're doing to speed up permitting and really focus on that work is going to require us to not just from now forward add to the to-do list starting January. I understand the moratorium to mean that in January we could start to discuss new items, but even then those may need to go at the end of an existing work plan. So it makes sense to me, and I know this has been discussed in a variety of ways, and there's sort of we're wrestling through what it means, but that is how I hope we will interpret it, and so I will be supporting the ruling of the chair. Thanks.
Thank you. That's it for, Councillor Bly, up to 5.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I just actually have a point of information to you as the chair.
Yes.
That we also have another motion on our agenda today that I'm just reviewing is dealing with the same issue. And I'm not seeing any language around staff not working on this. So I'm actually just hoping to get some clarification. Are we expecting that we're going to have a similar ruling on?
This motion, the chair challenge, is only related to this item, so we'd have to wait for that item to see if there is a challenge or a complaint or something when that item comes to the agenda, because it's not on the floor. So I just wouldn't well, let's cross that bridge when we get to it.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mayor. Just to say, I support the challenge, and largely because the motion's really clear that it's not to involve work of DBL at this time. It does indicate very clearly in the motion that it's to respect the moratorium which Council put in place until January of 2022. And so, from my perspective, that's very clear, and it was articulated that way in the motion to respect the moratorium, as opposed to driving ahead and suggesting that this work be done now. So for that reasons and consistency, I support the challenge.
Okay, thanks so much. And that's it for it. So let's call a vote on this matter. If you, so just to clarify, before we call the vote, that if you support the chair challenge, that is, you oppose my ruling this out of order, then you would vote yes. That would be to support Councillor Kirby-Young's motion. And if you agree with my ruling, you would vote no. Okay, Council, the votes are in on that one, and we have the challenge has failed with 7 opposition, and that is Councillor Bly, Boyle, Wiebe, Swanson, Fry, Carr, and myself. Okay, thanks so much. So we're moving on to item 2, which is endorsing the Vote 16 BC campaign to lower the voting age to 16 across British Columbia. And this motion is moved by Councillor Boyle. So Councillor Boyle, you have up to 2 minutes to introduce this, and there can be questions of up to 1 minute after you're completed. So up to 2 minutes, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. This is an issue that a number of young people around the province have been working on actually for quite a while. The Vote 16 BC campaign was endorsed by a majority of municipalities at the UBCM meeting in 2019. It's also been endorsed by a number of other organizations and municipalities. And there are several jurisdictions worldwide that have lowered the voting age to 16 as a continued expansion of enfranchisement. Our current voting rules have evolved over time to allow more people in, and this is a and ask that continue. There are a number of reasons that I think it's important, and many of them are outlined in the motion. So I'll just say I think we as a council in our 2.5 years have seen and heard.
Yeah, and I do have a point of order. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
sorry, I didn't hear you.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Councillor Kirby-Young, yes?
I was referencing the minutes from the last council meeting, and we didn't defer introduction of motions. That what the minutes state is that council suspend the rules and waive introductions of the motions and asking questions. So my understanding was that based on that motion at the last meeting, the minutes, that we would not be doing introductions or questions.
It may have not happened because we ran out of time, but I can just double check with the clerk. Sorry about that, Councillor Kirby. Sorry, Councillor Boyle. I'll come right back to you.
Hi.
Yeah, so we're just checking back in the minutes. I'll be right back to you as soon as we've.
It's on page 14 there, the last minutes.
Thank you. Okay, Council, we've reviewing the minutes with the clerk. And again, another thing that's new, it does look like we suspended the rules and waiving the introduction of the member's motion. But that was for that meeting and not this meeting. So we suspended the rules. I think we were kind of trying to crunch everything into the time that we had. We suspended the rules for the member's statement and the question period, but that was for that meeting. And since that was adjourned because we hit the deadline, we're kind of reset at this meeting, and this is carried over as unfinished business. We could move another motion to suspend the introductions and questions if we want to, but that just talking back and forth with the clerks, that suspension only applied to that meeting and not this meeting. So I'm just going to proceed then with the regular practice here. And Councillor Boyle, you have about a minute left.
Thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to close in introducing this motion by reminding Council in the time that we have been in office of the incredible amount of participation that we've seen by young people signing up to speak, reaching out to councillors, deeply engaged in the way that our decisions impact the future of the city that they care so much about. I think we have seen perhaps more than any other level of government how informed and engaged many young people across the city are, and how much the decisions that we make will impact their future. And so hope that we can recognize that participation, recognize the importance of this continual expansion of enfranchisement and voter rights in endorsing this campaign, which is an important little thing we can do, won't add work to any of our staff or at any costs, but does use our voices to move this issue forward. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Yung, do you have a question? Up to 1 minute.
No, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Hardwick, up to a minute. You might be on mute.
Yeah, sorry about that. Had to switch screens. Yes, Councillor Boyle, you talk about this level of government. One of my concerns is around the knowledge about different levels of government that is taught in the school system. Are you aware of the extent to which civics is taught in our current BC school curricula?
I am. I have 2 kids in that public school system, and one in high school who's been taking civics classes just this year.
Okay, well, it'd be very interesting to have a clear understanding about the extent to which civics is taught in high school. My understanding and experience is that it has not been an active part of the curricula for some time. Do you know the concept of considered judgment in democratic theory?
I doubt that in the time left I have time to adequately answer that, but we have many young speakers signed up tomorrow who you could ask these questions to as well.
Thanks.
Okay, well, thank you.
It goes fast. Councillor Carr, up to a minute.
Yes, thank you. Councillor Boyle, I note that in one of your whereases, you talk about jurisdictions like Austria, Argentina, and Scotland that have lowered the voting age to 16. I wonder if you have any information to share with council about the impact of that in terms of participation of youth or any other reports that may have arisen out of that particular experience.
It is a great question, Councillor Carr. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I'd be happy to dig up a bit of that before tomorrow. And again, I suspect that some of our speakers would have some more specific data on voter turnout and those sorts of questions.
Okay, I look forward to that. Thank you.
Yes, me too. Thanks.
Thanks. That's it for questions to the mover. Councillor Swanson, up to a minute.
That's for the next item.
Okie doke. Thanks so much. We do have speakers to this item. So if you'd like to hear from speakers, we need to refer.
Second the motion.
Sorry. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Right. Second the motion. I missed that part. Thank you. Move referral, council. Yep. So it'll be tomorrow. Tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. Seconder, Councillor Boyle.
Yep.
All those in favor say yay.
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 Opposed say nay. Okay, thanks so much. That's passed. Council, we're at 11:53, so we may get through item number 3, at least the questions part. So, Councillor Swanson, you're up for 2 minutes to introduce your motion on supporting hotel workers' rights to return to their jobs at living wages.
Yeah, this is just another advocacy motion to try and stick up for some of our residents who work in hotels. The hotel industry has been decimated by COVID. And as bad as it's been for business, the hotel workers, a large majority of them are racialized women, have suffered the most. The tourism industry got government bailouts of $106 million in 2020, and then another $120 million in April. And hotels in BC and Vancouver continue to fire their employees in spite of this. In Vancouver, the Pan Pacific, Fairmont Waterfront Park, Marriott hotels permanently laid off employees because of COVID. At the Pan Pacific, close to 90% of the terminated women are racialized. The Unequal Women campaign is about bringing attention to the devastating impact of this on racialized women. The tourism industry generated billions before COVID. Women contributed $430 million in taxes annually through their tourism work. Back in September, when the province was considering extending recall rights to hotel employees, The BC Hotel Association CEO Ingrid Jarrett said, quote, "Of course, hotels will rehire employees as business returns. They're our most valuable asset. Since then,
Okay.
hotels have fired hundreds of long-term workers. The issue is when hotel workers are rehired, will they be hired at minimum wage with no benefits, or will they keep the wages and benefits they had before COVID? Or will we let the hotel industry use COVID to push back wages and working conditions of mostly racialized women?" So this is just a motion to advocate on their behalf to other levels of government, and also to ensure that when we participate at the UBCM or the LMLGA, that we go to hotels where women and men workers are earning living wages.
Thank you. Councillor Dejanova, up to a minute.
Thanks. I just have a question for Councillor Swanson.
Yep.
Hi, Councillor Swanson. I'm just wondering, I understand that you've brought previous motions on this topic. Wondering why this was specific to hotel workers and not to all workers that perhaps did not have assurance as to what their employment or benefits would be.
If we want to apply it to all workers, that's fine with me, but it's the hotel workers that have this campaign and have asked for our support.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that.
Thanks. I don't see any other questions, so we need a seconder for this.
Councillor Boyle, I'm happy to second.
Thanks, Councillor Boyle. We have speakers to this motion, so we need to refer it. Would somebody move to refer it to tomorrow?
Move to refer.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Thank. Did I hear Councillor Boyle mover, Councillor Dejanova second? All in favor, yay.
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 Nay.
Opposed, nay. Okay, thanks, Council. We're at 11:57. The next item actually doesn't have speakers, so we'll be debating and making a decision for the safe passing distance for all road users motion in Council today. So I suggest we just we break for lunch, and then we come back in camera between 1 and 3, and then return to Council at 3. So with that, we'll let's break for lunch, and we'll see you in about an hour. Thanks.
Welcome to TELUS Conferencing. To join the conference, enter your
Can you hear me, Anthony?
I hear you loud and clear. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Just making sure we've got quite a quorum there. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Moving to, just to refresh your memory, we've done, we're on item number 4, which is the safe passing distance for all road users. And the motion will be introduced by Councillor Fry, followed up by questions, with Councillor Boyle seconding the motion. And there are no speakers to this item, so we'll deal with this right away. Councillor Fry.
Thanks, Mayor. So this is a pretty straight ahead motion to send to UBCM by the June 30th deadline. It was brought to Councillor Boyle and I from the BC Cycling Coalition, who have been advocating and rather successfully to Minister Ma around the idea of safe passing distances for cyclists. And this is legislation that has been introduced to the provincial motor vehicle acts in Nova Scotia, Newfoundland and Labrador, Ontario and Quebec, and they have been quite successful. And basically they're just mandating safe passing distances for when vehicles are overtaking cyclists or pedestrians. This is especially relevant at UBCM and for local governments across our province where there's a lot more sort of shared road infrastructure, in particular on some of those sort of long country roads where there's not a paved shoulder and it can actually create a pretty unsafe or perception of unsafe situation for cyclists. And of course, this council does support safe travel for all road users. So hoping this should be a pretty straight ahead piece to pass a council. We did have some feedback from UBCM by way of a similar resolution that was put forward by North Van City, and Councillor Boyle will be providing an amendment to just sort of tighten some of the language up around the physicality of the distance. That's it.
Okay, thank you so much. I just check here. I don't see any questions for you. So we have Councillor Boyle has seconded the motion, so we can go on to the main queue for debate and decision, up to 5 minutes. Councillor Fry, do you have anything else on this one?
No, just that Councillor Boyle will be submitting an amendment to, as mentioned with the distance thing. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Boyle, are you ready to go with that?
Yes, sorry, I'm having trouble getting onto the list.
I put you on and I'll start your clock. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Appreciate that. I have, as Councillor Fry mentioned, circulated an amendment to council that is based on feedback from UBCM around more specificity in the passing distances.
Okay, and you say you've sent, oh, there it is. Okay, I see it here.
Second, Councillor Carbillo.
Okay, we have a seconder and I'll just move it on to the amendment queue. So if anybody wants to talk to this, just put yourself on the queue. I don't see anybody on the queue, so we'll go to a vote on this one. This is on the amendment to the Councillor Fry's motion.
Point of privilege, Mayor.
Yes, go ahead, Councillor Dejanova.
Unfortunately, my panel has just reloaded.
So would you like a help? A vote assist?
Mayor, I'd also appreciate a vote assist in favor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Boyle. Clerks, if you could just mark Councillor Boyle in favor. Don't know what happened to Councillor Dejanova.
Can you hear me, Mayor?
I can now, yep. Did you want a vote assist in favor?
That's what I'd ask for, if that's okay, please.
Oh yeah, I didn't hear. I think you were cut off, so just wanted to make sure. Okay, Council, that amendment passes with unanimously. Great. Okay, thanks so much. So we're going back to the main queue. Councillor Boyle, anything else?
Just to say that I appreciate this is an important advocacy piece both for us and for regions across the province, and hope to see it successful both here and at the UBCM.
Okay, great. Thanks so much. I don't see anybody else in the queue, so we can call a vote on the amended motion.
And Mayor, can I get a vote assist in favor again? Thanks.
Yep, sure. Clerks, if you'd mark that.
And same here, Mayor.
Okay, Councillor DeGenova, mark in favor, please. Okay, just checking here. Great, so that's passes unanimously. That's item 4. Safe passing distance as amended has passed unanimously. Thanks so much. We're on to unfinished business 5, the pursuing emission-free landscaping equipment in the city of Vancouver. Councillor Carr, you're up for 2 minutes, whenever you're ready.
Great. Yep, thanks, Mayor. My motion arises from 2 big concerns. One is people's health and quality of life, and the second is environmental concerns regarding air quality and the climate emergency. And I note that the noise levels over 85 decibels are considered harmful to health, and most landscaping equipment that is fossil fuel driven is above that. Also, 1 hour of using a leaf blower creates pollution equal to a new car being driven 1,770 kilometers, including ozone, particulate matter, harmful to people and the environment. In 2019, both the Park Board and School Board passed motions to phase out fossil fuel landscaping equipment in our city. My motion does not direct staff to start preparing a ban, and that's because of the current moratorium on assigning work to the Department of DBL. I note on our agenda today, an earlier motion was ruled out of order because of this moratorium, but I just want to say on the record, I would really encourage and support Councillor Kirby-Yung putting forward her motion for that detailed plan after the moratorium is lifted. Meanwhile, my motion provides a helpful signal to the public and landscaping industry by affirming the goal of pursuing emission-free landscaping in our city by 2025, and direct staff to provide input into Metrovan's draft 2021 Clean Air Plan, urging Metrovan, which has both the authority and the responsibility over air quality in our region, to develop stringent emission regulations and requirements for landscaping equipment. You might note that my motion does talk about a deadline on the input into that plan of June 15th. However, I did talk to staff at Metro Vancouver. They have provided a letter to us. I circulated it to all of council and their statement that they would be happy to receive a submission from the City of Vancouver after the June 15th date.
Okay, thanks so much. That's 2 minutes right on the clock. Thank you. Any questions for Councillor Carr? I don't see any. Can we have a seconder?
Councillor Boyle, I'd be happy to second.
Thank you. We have speakers tomorrow, so can we have somebody move this to tomorrow?
So move.
Seconded.
Okay, thank you. All in favor, yay?
Yay.
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 Okay, nays? I don't hear any. Thanks very much. So that has passed and will be discussed tomorrow. We have now item number 7, which is issuing an official apology from the City of Vancouver to the Italian Canadian community during Italian Heritage Month in 2022. And Councillor DeGenova, you have up to 2 minutes to speak to this.
Thanks very much, Mayor Stewart. I'm moving this motion, and Councillor Dominato is seconding this motion. I just wanted to note that as we co-submitted it. I hope I provided enough information in the whereas clauses. When I had originally put this motion forward, I withdrew it just to make sure there were a number of facts that I wanted to include, but I also wanted to include staff's feedback, which was it would be better than doing it this year to wait and give staff that time to research. A lot of that research, I understand, has already been done, and it really involves a motion moved by Vancouver City Council. Since that period of time, and because I have limited time, the Prime Minister has issued an official apology to people who were interred and their families, especially Italian Canadians specifically. I know that we have done this for a number of communities in Vancouver. I don't think that the Italian Canadian community is any more important than any other, but there was huge discrimination that I've heard I've heard from the community that they experienced and felt during this time. So it's not just about those who were interred, who never were charged criminally or had a chance to defend themselves. This was also about discrimination for anyone who was Italian Canadian. And just to share something personal with council, my last name, although we say DiGenova, it's actually DiGenova. And my great grandfather changed the spelling of it to DE from DI for the very reason that there was wide discrimination, and he wanted it to sound less Italian because of the discrimination that he and others faced. So just sharing that as a fact, but this is about the discrimination that a community faced that has made huge contributions to the City of Vancouver, and a Vancouver City Council motion that was passed to aid in moving forward to help the government in what ended up being not only the interment but discrimination of many Italian Canadians.
Okay, thank you so much. I don't see any questions for you at this point. And
May
we do
I
have
refer to hear from speakers?
we need a seconder first. A seconder for this item? Oh, we had
Second, Councillor Dominato.
Sorry about that. Yeah, okay, so Councillor DeGenova, you want to refer to tomorrow?
Yes, please.
Seconder for that? Anyone?
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. All in favor, yay.
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 Opposed, nay. Great, thanks so much. That's referred to tomorrow. The next item is Vancouver Blueways Cleanup by Councillor Wiebe. Councillor Wiebe, you have up to 2 minutes.
Yeah, so the motion I'm bringing forward here is talking about a Blueways cleanup, which really is focusing the first section on endorsing the Vancouver plastic cleanup. The launch was today at 2 p.m. And started with 12 sea bins that will be in the Falls Creek. And the goal here is to really understand the plastic that we have floating and remove plastic, oils, and gas from our blueways across the city. We have passed multiple initiatives to clean it up. And one of the exciting components of this motion is really working on the volunteer cleanup and the Indigenous Guardian program. And in speaking with our 3 host nations, one of the components I think is most important for us to do is include employment opportunities for First Nations to be leaders in monitoring and enhancing our biodiversity and our blueways and our shorelines. And I think this is a critical element that I look forward to a report back as part of our Aquatic Environment Action Plan. And it's something that Rena Sutar, the Director of Decolonization, Arts and Culture from the Park Board, talked about when a Blue Flag program was brought to Park Board, that we need Indigenous-led programs that really enable us to move forward to have cleaner waterways and recognize the importance of the leadership and historical knowledge of how to better preserve the ecological systems we have that we call our blueways right now. So that's why this motion is brought forward.
Second, Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Kirby-Yung. But we do actually have somebody on the list first before questions, before we move to seconding. So Councillor Carr, you have up to a minute for questions.
Yeah, thanks. I just have one question, Councillor Wiebe, and that is regarding the authority and responsibility that is vested in the federal government around particularly our ocean waterways. Does your motion anticipate working with the federal government to improve their enforcement in this regard?
In this project, no, this is mostly the stuff that'll be done on the shoreline. You put a motion forward that really talked about working with the federal government, and it is included in the whereases on how we continue to work intergovernmentally to move Water Initiative forward. This motion is more talking about how we can, from a localized government, working with our First Nations, protect the shorelines.
Okay, thank you for that clarity.
Thanks. That's it for questions. Councillor Kirby-Yung, you want a second?
Yes, second. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, great. So we have speakers. So can we have somebody move this motion to hear it tomorrow?
Refer to tomorrow to hear from speakers.
Thank you, Councillor DeGenova. Seconder?
Boyle.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. All in favor, yay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay. Okay, thanks so much. Last one on the unfinished business is reconnecting the Stolo Fraser River. Councillor Wiebe, that's for you too. up to 2 minutes.
Yeah, this is another initiative to improve our waterfront, and this one's really been led by the community. There's been community work since '88 that's really been advancing the opportunity to do a lot of work to reconnect the Fraser, fix the issues with restoration, with the connection north-south, with making the North Arm, which is an amazing trail that will connect the mouth of the Fraser all the way to Hope. And the biggest element of this is working with the Musqueam Nation. They've been stewards of this area for tens of thousands of years, and this is one of the most important regions in all of North America in recognizing some of the awareness that has happened on these lands and waters. And I think this is an opportunity. We have a speaker tomorrow from the Musqueam Nation that's really going to talk about how important it is for us to work with our First Nations, but also work with the Port Authority, who has agreed that they will be sending someone if this gets passed. Ms. Sparrow will be involved, as well as Metro Vancouver would like to be involved.
Thanks.
And so this is a multi-jurisdictional element to really restore the Fraser River.
Oh, right. I'm sorry, you had up to 2 minutes, Councillor Weave. Sorry for prompting you there.
Okay, and so the goal here is how do we reconnect the City of Vancouver? There's opportunities with a lot of our action plans, but we need a proper plan that has Musqueam, the Port, Parks Board, the Ministry of Forests, CP Rail, Metro, TransLink, and our community experts at the table to really advance this work. There's a lot of piecemeal projects that have been done over the last years, and this is a huge opportunity to raise this element up. This has been brought forward by the community, and I'd like to thank all the community partners that have brought this forward, that some will come speak tomorrow, and just the importance of us paying attention to how Vancouver can not only better connect with Musqueam, but better connect with the Fraser and connect more residents to one of the most important rivers here in the world. And I think this is a huge component to overall stewardship and ecological health that we need to do for generations to come, is what we could do by pulling this group together.
Thanks. You have a question from Councillor Kirby-Yung? Go ahead, up to a minute.
Yeah, thanks for this, Councillor Reeve. Can you comment on the noted in the whereases in the staff feedback about Metro Vancouver's similar effort to establish a Fraser River multi-stakeholder working group, and how this would avoid duplication or not duplicate the creation of a similar working group?
Yeah, so the larger working group is something that we've tried to champion since 2015. So that is looking at every single nation and every municipality in Metro Vancouver. That's going to take multiple years to get off the ground, and we'll have a larger focus. This is a smaller focus, which has certain players that are involved in this specific section. So the larger regional one that is very exciting, it's probably one of the most exciting things I have seen come to Metro Vancouver, will take multiple years before getting off the ground, and should, because it's bringing in a lot of different partners. This is a great opportunity to show how intergovernmental groups can work together. Another good example of what this would look like is what's happening in Boundary Bay with the Semiahmoo First Nation on looking how to bring back cultural clamming initiatives in Boundary Bay.
Okay, thank you. That's it for questions. There are speakers on this, so.
Second, Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Yung. We have a mover to hear it tomorrow.
So move.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Second.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. All in favor, yay.
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 Opposed, nay. Great. That's moved to tomorrow. Thanks very much. Okay, so we do have item number 10, council, which is a kind of a first one of these that we've faced on this council. This is CD1 rezoning of 3609 to 3687 Arbutus Street. On June 17th, Vancouver City Council held a public hearing on this item, and following the close of the speakers list and receipt of public comments, referred questions to staff, debate, and decision to the council meeting held on June 22nd, that's today. As unfinished business. Oh, sorry, this is a different item. We have had these before. We're just concluding the public hearing here today, council. Councillors Dejanova, Dominato, and Hardwick were absent for all or a portion of this public hearing and must review the proceedings of the meeting if they wish to vote on the application. So, Councillor Dejanova, have you reviewed the proceedings you missed, and will you be voting on the application?
I have not, and I will not.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Dominato?
I have and I will.
Thank you. Councillor Hardwick?
I have not and I will not.
Okay, thanks. So, council, we're kind of rapidly going through this item. I'm just trying to give you a little bit of time to upload it into your brain. But this is we're at the stage in the public hearing process where we're asking questions to staff on this item. I know there was a bunch of interest in it.
Point of information?
You need the floor for that, but
sorry.
We can, if I put you on the list, we can. Okay, Councillor Hardwick, this is questions to staff. So,
well, this was really a point of information to you, through you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Having missed the public hearing, should I sign off at this point?
Maybe the clerks can help us. You just won't, it's not that you're in conflict, it's just that you're not able to vote on this matter or ask questions at this stage because you, so I would just, I don't think you need to remove yourself from the chamber, but leave it to the other council for this.
Okay.
Great, thanks so much. Council, have any questions on this one for staff?
Oh, sorry. Okay, yes.
Okay, there we go. Starting to get people on here. Okay, Councillor Weeb, you have up to 5 minutes questions to staff.
Yeah, first question is on the central courtyard. Can you talk about the accessibility that has been included to ensure that this space will be included for everyone?
And City Manager, do we have staff here to answer that? Or anybody on the staff team?
This is James Bolt. I'm the rezoning planner.
Right.
You can hear me. I was going to ask the if the urban design planner could maybe check in on that. I don't have the detailed landscape plan to be able to really get to that question.
Sorry, staff, we did not give you much time to adjust between items, so I understand that it might take a second. So I'll just stop Councillor Weeb's timer just to give you a second to adjust. I know the clerks keep reminding me and I keep forgetting that we need a bit of time for turnover. So I'll just give you a few seconds to get, I don't think we need a recess, but I'll just give you a bit of time to get your team together.
In terms of the courtyard, there would be a requirement for accessibility. There is a 2 elevator cores in the building, and therefore there would have to be accessible access to those elevators and through the entrance.
Okay, I appreciate that. Second question is on the deliverance of CACs on a project like this. How do we feel that we've captured the land lift, and can you talk about how that land lift was captured and how it will be delivered in the community?
In this case, under the Affordable Housing Choices policy, this is James Bolt again, I'm sorry. The requirement is that any project over 4 stories, so in other words, 5 or 6 stories, does require a pro forma analysis, which is reviewed by our real estate group and our quantity surveyor. That was done. The conclusion here was that because the developer has offered to secure 20% at below market rents in line with our requirements in the DCL bylaw, that there was no lift on this project. In other cases where we have 6-story building on our zoned land, we have found that there is lift and there is a CAC. In such case, cases, we would be looking at increasing the level of affordability in the project to reduce that CAC. In this case, again, because the 20% was provided, our real estate staff were confident that there was no lift.
So we weren't trying to negotiate like 22 like some of the other projects. I guess one of the other comments on that is, is that something that we might look in the future to determine what that value is, recognizing that it is a community amenity, that we are looking for the affordability. So do we ever want to showcase that the CAC would have been 2.7 million and that's delivering this much affordability? Is that something that we've highlighted in the past, or is that something we'd like to keep confident or confidential? Or is there a reason why we don't showcase that?
Hi, Council. It's Yardley McNeil, Assistant Director of Planning for Rezoning. We haven't shown that in the rezoning reports, although it is calculated by Real Estate Services. And as James indicated, in this case, whatever land lift was generated by the market rental was eaten up by the cost of securing those below market rental units. In the future, if Council is wishing this, we can certainly include that information in Council reports in the future, so you get a sense of what the value and the cost of delivering below market rental units would be.
Yeah, I think that'd be helpful. And then the last one, are those units held in perpetuity? So are they held to the unit, or are they held to the renter?
It's not.
They're held to the units. Actually, it's Yardley again. They're held to the units, so that if a tenant that's in a below market rental unit decides to move out, that the unit is contained as a below market unit or substituted for one similar within the building. And that approach is really to allow people to kind of make life decisions of staying in the building or not, or their income may change over time as well. And remember, these tenants have to qualify for a below market rental unit, which the city regulates.
But are they rent controlled?
Sorry, that's you're at the 5 minutes. So, Councillor Bly, up to 5.
Thanks very much. I'd actually appreciate hearing the response from staff on that about the rents in the below market units, if they are, how long that they'll be guaranteed in perpetuity.
Okay. Did you have other questions?
Yeah, I wasn't sure if staff wanted to. Council, we've run out of time, so I'm not sure if staff wanted to respond. That's what I'm.
Okay, sure.
They'll do. Yeah.
Thanks.
Hello, Councillor Bly. This is Angel, housing planner working on this project. I just wanted to clarify as well that the below market, 20% below market component of this project actually does mirror our moderate income rental housing pilot program. So those are all the same rents, secured in perpetuity, so rent control units. So essentially the same as one of our MERT projects, which you're familiar with.
Okay, great. Thank you. I just have a couple other questions. There was some concerns raised around just in thinking about our transportation update this morning, but there were concerns raised around accessible, safe crosswalk or available crossings from where this building will be located to the Greenway. And I'm just wondering if staff contemplated this and had thought that there may be anticipated recommendations or updates to make a safe crossing somewhere close to where this building may go if it's approved.
Hi, Council. It's Yardley McNeil again from Assistant Director of Planning. Engineering did not indicate in the course of their review of this application that there needed to be a controlled crosswalk at this location connecting it to the Arbutus Greenway. This is a full block face site, and it is within a couple of blocks distance of a signal crosswalk to the north. And we don't have anything in the report that indicates that anything other than that is required.
Okay, that's good to know. I wonder if staff can reflect on the sort of broader plan for this particular corridor on Arbutus, recognizing that there's a number of properties that are either being assembled or have perhaps closed, and what we can anticipate in terms of future rezonings and planning for this particular area, recognizing we're in a broader citywide plan and also the plan itself, if you can clarify if there's something specific that contemplates this particular stretch of Arbutus.
Right, Yardley again. At this point, there are tentative plans underway with our housing policy group that are coming to council this fall, and it's under the amendments to the secured rental housing policy, and it will provide opportunities for RS and RT lots to develop market rental, and in some instances, in addition to below market rental. That work is still underway. Arbutus Corridor is certainly one of the areas they're looking at, and we would anticipate the council would see that in a fulsome way by this fall.
Okay, great. So further to that, a number of callers raised concerns around traffic, recognizing that this is on a, of course, we've already spoken about the Greenway, but also the Broadway subway to Arbutus is right there, and a well-used transit corridor. What are staff's thoughts initially around both this project, but also the broader planning around traffic management?
James Bolt here, rezoning planner. We had the traffic consultant at the public hearing from the architect, but the summary of those findings are in the report. And what was found is there was a very nominal increase in traffic with this project. I think it was about a 1% increase at peak times through the lane and on Arbutus Street, which staff in consultation with engineering staff concluded was pretty reasonable. I would also know that this is a pilot project, and the pilot project is now closed. So a lot of this was testing those kind of situations and what the impacts were. Moving forward, as Yardley noted, with the secured rental policy, there might be more work done on that in these corridor areas.
Okay. I'm just out of my time there, so I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carr, up to 5 minutes, up to 5.
Great. Thanks, Mayor. And so first of all, I just want to reflect on some of the issues posed by the speakers that we had. And one of them was around access for cyclists to the Arbutus Greenway from the site, noting that that's cited as one of the advantages of being close to the Arbutus Greenway, is obviously it's there, but access, they noted, was very, very difficult. Any plans around that?
This is James Bolt again. As Yardley noted, engineering we didn't get any specific comments on this project because it was just a singular, we were looking just at the site. That would be a part of the future planning in the area, but right now they would have to go up to the lights at King Ed or 30th to get over to Arbutus.
Okay,
so
four blocks or so. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. There was a number of speakers who raised issues around parking. They didn't feel there was enough parking within the project, and that people would be parking on the street. I wonder if engineering can provide some analysis of that issue and why they don't anticipate it being a problem.
This is James Bolt again, rezoning. I don't believe we have engineering staff here at the moment, but the project will comply with the parking bylaw provisions. And we did not hear of any concern from our engineering staff on parking in the area, which is primarily single family. There might be some modest localized impact right around the building, but the project will comply with the parking bylaw.
Okay, and the final question raised by again speakers is their fear that development like this might cause the value of their homes and housing prices to fall. I wonder if there has been any analysis around that, or if there's any validity to that kind of argument, given this is a 6-story development.
James Bolt again. We don't have real estate staff here, but it's been when this issue's come up in the past, we've reminded people that throughout this city we have single-family housing backing onto C-zone projects, 4, 5, 6-story development, and we haven't seen any impact on property values, particularly on the west side.
Okay, good to know. Thank you. That's it for my questions.
Thanks. Councillor Bly, I see you back on the queue, but you just have about 3 seconds left. Councillor Bly? We'll move on to Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. A couple of follow-up questions for staff. Just wonder if you can reaffirm, I know it was noted that it was stated in the presentation that the proponents voluntarily offering 20% of the floor area at below market rents, which is beyond what the Affordable Housing Choices interim policy required. What was the requirement for that policy? Can you just refresh?
James Bolton rezoning. There is no requirement for below market component for affordable housing choices. The developer offered that as described in the report when staff were looking at what to consider for the maximum height of the building. The policy permits 6, and initially there was a thinking it maybe should be 5. The developer offered the 20% below market if they could get 6 stories, and staff said that would be on balance. We would look at that as a good offering. So that was how that 20% came about.
Okay, that's helpful in terms of that clarification on process. There's also mentioned in the report a 17-foot space to be dedicated to the city for the walkway. And I wonder if you can just again refresh and clarify on that in terms of the benefit of that and how that's going to be utilized in terms of the impact to transition through and around the building or to surrounding neighbors.
Yeah, James Bolt again. There is a 17-foot building line all along Arbutus. In rezonings or subdivisions, the city will take that as a dedication, and then over time, that once there's all the dedications might be taken, then there's an opportunity to relook at the whole street into the public realm. In this case, in the interim, the boulevard would be designed with engineering staff, and we would have wider sidewalks and trees for that stretch. If one looks at Arbutus Village south of, I think it's 30th there, or sorry, not south of 30th, but Arbutus Village to a couple blocks to the south, one can see that where that public realm has been improved with that building line having been taken.
Okay, but quite different, I guess, in the Arbutus Village, where the buildings literally feel like they're towering over. The sidewalk may be wide, but the building massing is very significant and does feel like they're towering over people. Would you say that's quite a different context, just due to the sheer massing and how close that feels?
Yeah, it's a different context, and until these dedications would be taken, up to that point, there would be no specific plan other than what would typically be done for developments where we have the wider building line. So that would be wider sidewalks, further away from the curb for safety, and trees, possibly a double row of trees. And then beyond that, you would have walkways into the site to the ground units and the entrance of the building.
Okay, and then last question, with respect to the concerns raised by residents worrying about shadowing on adjacent properties with the difference in scale between this proposed building and the single family homes, you mentioned the step back to the east. Can you sort of comment any other specifics around shadowing and the shadow study to address some of those concerns that we heard?
Yes, we required the building to step up towards Arbutus to the east, as shown in the report, and that was to mitigate both shadowing and overlook as much as possible. The advantage with this site is that there will be some impact in the morning, of course, because the sun will swing up from the east, but the properties that are affected are all to the west or just to the north of the site, and therefore there wouldn't be any shadowing in the afternoons at any point in the year. And the properties on the other side of the Arbutus Greenway and East Boulevard are very far away. So we felt that this project did a really good job addressing that, and that the impacts would be relatively modest, given you are going to have a 6-story building there.
So residents shouldn't worry that they're going to be cast in shadow, so to speak, and certainly not in the afternoons, like even on the equinox.
Not in the afternoons. There will be some shadowing impacts in the morning, but not in the afternoons.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mayor, you might be muted.
Sorry about that. We're done with questions. So can we have a mover for the report?
Move, Councillor Carr.
Thank you.
Councillor Bly.
Thank you, Councillor Bly. Okay, we're on debate for this item now. If anybody would like to join the queue, please do now. Councillor Swanson, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'm gonna go for this. It's got EV charging, it's got pet friendly, it's got vacancy control in 20% of the units, and I don't think it's going to gentrify that area. I think most of the units that are going in will be cheaper than what's surrounding it. So that's where I'm landing.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson. Councillor Carr, up to 5.
Yes, I agree with all the points raised by Councillor Swanson, so I won't need to repeat them. I just want to also add that I think that that the voluntary commitment to provide the 20% of units at below market is very welcome within this city. I also appreciate the extensive landscaping and privacy screening that has been built into this project, and the shared residence terraced areas. So I'm quite pleased with how there has been a sensitivity to fitting into the neighborhood. So for those reasons, felt happy about both moving and voting for this.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I just wanted to say how important I think it is that we build secure market rental and secure below market rental in all neighborhoods. We heard from a number of speakers who were connected to UBC or had grown up in the neighborhood and could no longer afford to live there about the need for more affordable housing options in this neighborhood. And this project is one important way that we fulfill that. Of course, we also need more non-market housing, but I think the inclusion of the 20% below market units vacancy controlled is a great form of CAC. I'm really glad to see that, having been part of this project, and the secure rental housing is important. It's great that I think hopefully this passes, and it will be great to have so many more residents and families be able to live so close to the Arbutus Greenway, which is a lovely public amenity that right now it has a lot of low density housing around it. So really glad to see this hopefully move forward and to be able to support it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much. Yeah, I agree with all of the comments so far by previous councillors on this, so I won't repeat those comments, other than to say I look forward to staff bringing forward updates to the secured rental policy. I think that there's a real opportunity, particularly with the subway coming in and the Greenway established and well used. I remain concerned with the sort of pedestrian safety and accessibility to the Greenway. I know this area very well. I've lived in this neighborhood for 25 years. And my fear is that there will be people who will be trying to run across Arbutus to get to the Greenway, because it is right there and the sidewalks are extremely narrow. So with a broader policy policy context for this particular area, I hope that we just contemplate what those options really are, recognizing that that can be quite a busy roadway, and we'd want to be sure people are able to access the Greenway as quick as can be, as it's going to be far more preferred than the sidewalk that is already there. So, but I think with the ability to expand rental options, market and below market, for this particular community, I think is really fantastic. And I've heard overwhelming support. Of course, there are people who are residents who are concerned, and I understand that in terms of change. But I actually think that this is going to be a really positive project, and look forward to seeing it come to fruition.
Thanks. Councillor Dominato, up to 5.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks to staff and to all the speakers who came and spoke. Appreciated that, as Councillor Bly just noted, that there were some concerns raised by some neighbors and residents. But overall, in terms of the speakers, I heard some really broad support for this proposal, both in terms of the secure rental component, but also the diversity of housing and choices, and appreciate that the applicant voluntarily offered putting in the 20% below market component. That's something that we've talked about as a council as a need. But one of the things that really struck me with this project and proposal is that in hearing from residents, we really heard from a diversity of individuals who had grown up in the neighborhood. Some were still living in the neighborhood, some were renting, some were not, but would have liked to have come back. Others were business owners in the area, and others were neighbors. What strongly I heard was the opportunity. The word vibrancy came up a number of times in terms of the opportunity that not only does this provide much needed housing and choices for people, but it will also help reinvigorate the neighborhood as well and present new opportunities as new residents come in, and that will support the community as well as small businesses. So I was pleased to hear that. It was a bit of a different tenor for this project, so I'm happy to support it, and thank the applicant and staff for the work on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, Councillor Fry.
Thanks, Mayor. And I'll keep it quick. I'll also be supporting this happily. I was actually up that way on Sunday, and my mom lives up that way on the other side of 16th, and I took a Mobi back to East Van, and it took me 20 minutes on a clunky Mobi bike. So it's just, it's fantastically accessible by way of the Arbutus Greenway, and there's lots of great transit up that way as well. I will, and of course, as others have noted, the subway coming sort of underscores that. On where my mom lives, there's on the north side of 16th, there's a fair amount of density in a lot of those sort of single family homes, that sort of Kitsilano infill style. So there's already quite a bit of density, but what I've noticed over the last few years is as the increase in higher built form along Arbutus has come in, and there's a lot more apartments and condos, it's brought some really fantastic street level retail opportunities. And there's new little cafes and shops, and the Loblaw supermarket there, and it's really actually really improved the vibrancy of what I would say was a somewhat moribund part of town at one point. So I think that where there may be some anxiety from residents over this, I think it's actually a good fit, and I think time will show that in fact, this building will be a nice fit, and of course because it's achieving that level of affordability that we struggle to see in the city, and it obviously we would like to see more, but I think the 20% with vacancy control is still a good deal. I note that Prince of Wales School is like blocks away from there, so it's a great school catchment as well. And an opportunity for family housing on the west side. So I'm super supportive of this. Happy to see it go forward. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I appreciated all sort of the great interest in their neighborhood from the local residents and the questions that came forward. And, housing and home, it's really homes, right? Where you live is really significant and meaningful to people, especially when you've been in a neighborhood for some time. And so it naturally raises questions, and I appreciated the ones that were raised, which are important. With respects to traffic in and out of the site and shadowing and that. Having asked a number of those questions of staff, I'm fairly confident that there's a number of measures put in place to be addressed, and this is fairly gentle in terms of 6 stories and is on sort of the more major street of Arbutus. I'm very familiar also with the neighborhood. I used to live at 12th and Vine, just 1 block west of Arbutus, and was in a 4-story and was bounded by a single family home on 2 sides, and also a park. And it did create, I think, some diversity in the neighborhood. I'm very conscious of just the cost and lack of affordability of housing in the city. I have left this neighborhood now. There's no way that I would be able to buy a single family home, and I'm not alone in that. We know that half of our population are renters, and that's going to grow, and quality secured rental is really important. And we're getting 114 units here. It's also really significant when some of those units, somebody can pay $950 per studio instead of $1,800, or $1,600 versus $2,800. When you start to look at the population on the west side, and notably in the sort of larger tract single family home areas, they're the few parts of the city that we see population declining, which means that the small businesses have trouble surviving and keeping customers, and they have problem getting workers. So you don't have people that are able to sustain the services in your neighborhood, or they're going to take jobs somewhere else. They have to travel, endure longer periods, or, we heard from kids, like the kids that grew up there can't stay in the neighborhood and they have to move elsewhere, or they want to move elsewhere, not just because they can't afford it, but because some of those additional services are there. So I think, that's the council's job, is sort of to try to hear that feedback and balance it. I will agree wholeheartedly with Councillor Bly, also being very familiar in this area, that absolutely people are going to dart across Arbutus. It's just, they're not going to walk 2 blocks to cross the street and get to a signal light. And so, I'm going to, rally in support of that comment and emphasize that, because I think that there is some work that needs to be done on that street with respect to that. I've seen it happening now with people sort of trying to dart back across to get into their neighborhood. And that's before sort of welcoming additional and new people. And I think that's really important. It's challenging even where there are pedestrian pathways coming off the walkway, let alone where they are not. So I would encourage staff to really take a look at that. But all of that on balance, I will support it for the reasons stated. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue to speak to this item, so let's move to the vote. Councillor Dejanova and Hardwick should be marked as absent, clerks. Great, thank you very much. That has passed unanimously. Thanks, Council. We are at 4 o'clock, scheduled to stop at 5. The next items we're dealing with are the 2 reports that were held by Councillor Kirby-Yung. The first one is the contract award for provision of parking meter equipment, and I believe staff have a presentation on this. Am I correct, City Manager?
That is correct, Mayor Stewart, we do.
Okay, great. So maybe...
Can I ask a point of procedure prior to commencing that?
Sure, yep.
And just to your point around the fact that we have an hour, I want to be efficient with time. I do have an amendment that I sent in to refer this report back to staff, and I'm just wondering if there's an opportunity with the will of council, if they'd like to hear the report or not, or just proceed with considering the amendment to refer it. Would that be an appropriate time to ask that question, or do we need to go ahead?
You could move a motion to waive the presentation. There may be questions, though. I don't think we can barrel right ahead to just the amendment. So I think
it's possible for you to ask if any councilors want to see the presentation. Is that?
Yeah, we can do that. So does anybody from council wish to see the presentation? I don't see, maybe not everybody's on video, but if anybody does, I don't hear anybody speaking up. So maybe we can move right to questions then. So
Okay.
Councillor Kirby-Yung, can I put you on for questions, and if you have any?
Yep, thank you. I actually would just like to move the amendment, just recognizing we're trying to be efficient with our time that I sent to the clerk.
I'm just going to give a second here for any other councillors to get on the list for questions.
And just a point of procedure, Mayor, do we need to move the report first?
We are still in the questions period, and so I've left a few seconds here, 30 seconds for folks to get on the list. I don't see anybody on the list, so then I'd have the report moved then.
It is, Mayor, I was on the queue. It is to clarify to Councillor Bly's question, a referral motion. I don't know if that requires it be moved first.
Yeah, all motions have to be moved first.
Okay.
Yep, so we move the motion and we have a seconder.
Second, Councillor Bly.
Okay, right, okay, so now now Councillor Kirby-Yung, we're in the debate. section, and you can go ahead up to 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. So hoping the clerk has that amendment was sent in before lunch, around lunchtime, and can bring that up. And it's simply a straightforward referral amendment that says that the contract award for the provision of parking meter equipment recommendation be referred to staff to enable inclusion on a future in-camera agenda in order to provide the opportunity for council to consider questions and matters appropriately dealt with in that forum. And just for council's benefit, I have run that by staff to ensure that they felt that was in order and received an affirmation on that.
Yep. Okay.
I'm happy to second.
Okay, I'm just going to make sure that it's up on so everybody can see here. Okay. I don't hear.
That's it, Mayor.
Yeah. Okay, so we've seconded. So now we're on the amendment queue. Does anybody wish to speak to this amendment referral amendment? I don't see anybody on the queue, so we can vote on this now. Councillor Hardwick. There we go. Okay, that's unanimous, Council. So that motion has been referred. Okay, we now. I hear. Nope, didn't hear anybody there. Okay. Sorry, I heard somebody there. Maybe I didn't. Next one is the grant allocation that was also held by Councillor Kirby-Yung. We also have a presentation for this one. Would anybody like to see the presentation? Okay, maybe we can just move to questions then, Councillor Kirby-Yung. I've got you on the queue for questions.
Yeah, thank you. I'm looking for some clarification from staff with respect to funding and just trying to reconcile a couple of questions because it references that the source of funding is the Downtown Eastside Capital Grant Program, and yet there are a couple of award recommendations in here, such as $20,000 for EPS and another for peer support workers development, I believe, for Rain City, that would appear to me to not be capital expenses but operating. So I'm looking for clarity on that first, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Tom Wanklin, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Tom Wanklin, Senior Planner. Thanks for the opportunity to answer there. The Downtown Eastside Capital Grants have been brought before you, sourcing from the Capital Grants Funds. When we had the report ready for submission, we were brought to notice by Arts, Culture and Community Services that there are some urgent grants that they would like to request your approval dealing with women's safety and community stewardship linked to the Overdose Prevention Society and work in the Downtown East Side. Those funds are separate and come from provincial government funding that was provided for those purposes.
So where is that reflected in the report, please? Because I don't see that in the language of the recommendation, for example, in A.
Okay, if you allow me just a couple of seconds to quickly have a look.
Yep.
Councillor, it's Paul Mokry here, City Manager. It is addressed in the financial section as well as the details in the strategic analysis section. It speaks to the funding sources for each of those different grants.
That's correct. And also recommendation D, it also connects it to the source of funds, province of British Columbia.
Is that 100% provincial cost recovery for those two specific cited ones, the OPS and I think it's the Rain City peer worker development?
Mary Claire Zach indicated she wasn't available to come to council at this time. But my understanding is that those funds are, there's additional funding involved.
Okay, I've seen language on page 7 of the report, for example, it says, staff recommend grants the following amounts to disperse funds received in the province of BC to CAT and does not impact the capital grants program. So do we interpret that as being 100% then?
Yes.
Okay.
That's my understanding, Councillor, as well, yes.
Okay, that's helpful, thank you. My other question quickly is around the shift from Vancouver Economic on the recommendation, wherever it is, to the Community Impact Real Estate Society. I feel like we're playing hot potatoes with Vancouver Economic. Why are we moving and shifting that over from them?
What we have done in this program is worked with Vancouver Economic Commissioner as an implementation partner. And as a result of we were advised by VEC that they were changing their staff resource allocations to include staff on the Vancouver City Plan process. And as a result, they would prefer to be advisors, to continue on the project as advisors rather than project manage. So we negotiated with one of the partners.
Okay, thank you. So it's costing the city more money to do it then, because presumably that would have been for existing staffing resources at VEC?
It was not costing anything more to the Downtown Eastside Capital grants.
But it's 25,000 that could have been used for something else if VEC had continued to do the work as was originally planned.
No, those funds were not being used by VEC for their staff costs, that they were channeling that fund into the work being done by the consultants on the project.
I'm sorry, I'm not clear on the answer.
So VEC were holding the grant funding and managing the project, using that fund to pay the consultants doing the work.
So you said that VEC was channeling their staff to something else, but now you're saying VEC was using a consultant?
For the project, there's a
round, Mayor, while I still have time. Can I move for second round, please?
Sure. Seconder, just in under the wire there. Seconder.
Second.
All in favor say yay.
Yay.
Opposed nay. Great. We got a second round, but Councillor Kirby-Yung, we've got Councillor Dominato in the first round here, and then we'll come back to you. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mayor. And I had just have a question with respect to the $20,000 allocation to OPS for de-escalation work. Appreciate the report identifies that some of those funds will be used to evaluate this work. I'm just curious, given that council referred a motion around looking at de-escalation strategies in the city, and will the evaluation of this de-escalation work be used to inform potentially a broader de-escalation strategy that motion contemplated? Or will it be only to evaluate that program and that initiative related to the OPS?
I can only take it on face value, Councillor. It's Tom Wanklyn speaking. I can take that question back to Arts, Culture and Community Services to confirm. But my understanding is, as it is written in the report, it's for that particular project.
Okay. Yeah, I would appreciate I appreciate your suggestion of taking it back as a consideration to because I think that motion was referred, and I think if we're going to be providing some money for evaluation of that program, maybe there's some findings that can be extrapolated towards other work in other neighborhoods. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Kirby-Yung, back on 5 minutes.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. And back to you, Tom. I want to give you a chance to answer that question, just clarifying around consultant versus VEC staff. I was a bit confused.
Thank you very much. So Planning and Vancouver Economic Commission conceptualized and established the Affordable Spaces program, and with council's approval, $50,000 were allocated for the purposes of appointing a team of specialists that would assist us, and to do the work, VEC offered to be project managers, and that first phase was successfully completed, and we came to council for a second phase, which was approved by council, to now continue to do the work. And we were subsequently advised by VEC that because of the Van Plan demand on resources and the rearrangement of their resources, they would prefer to be advisors, but not to actually be involved in the day-to-day project management. So as a result, we are asking if council would agree that we can reallocate that approved funding to a project, other project implementer being CIRES, Community Impact Real Estate Society.
Okay, and have they done similar work or projects for the city before?
They are specialists in real estate work. They are a BC Housing established non-profit agency that manages the real estate portfolio for BC Housing in the downtown east side.
Okay.
As a non-profit.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, great. Thanks so much. I don't see any other questions, so will somebody move this report?
So moved, Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Boyle seconded. Thank you. Do we have anyone who'd like to speak to this item? Or in the debate and decision section? I don't see anybody on the queue. I'm going to move to a vote. If anybody needs a vote assist, let me know. Councillor Kirby-Yung. That's passed unanimously. Thank you, Council. Okay, we're at 4:13, Council. Why don't we give staff a chance? We've got quite a different report here, where the next one is the referral report on item number 4, 1850 Main Street. So why don't we just take 5 minutes and stretch and come back at 4:18 and let staff switch over. Okay, thanks. with what we're considering. This is now, we're going to consider referral report 4, which reminder, staff are not recommending for referral to public hearing. Just wondering if any member wishes to declare a conflict of interest on this item. I don't hear anybody, so I'm going to move along. So we have Teresa O'Donnell, the General Manager of Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability here to present on this item, and then we can ask questions to staff. And then we are going to hear from the applicant. Again, Council, this is the item, we've never really had one of these before come to Council, so you will be able to ask questions to staff. And I'll just kind of keep you in the lane. We're not really supposed to talk about the virtues of the project, but whether or not we should refer this to public hearing. So I'll turn it over to Teresa O'Donnell.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. This is Teresa O'Donnell, the General Manager of Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability. Not sure, I thought maybe our city manager wanted to make a couple of remarks before the staff got started on our presentation.
Yeah, thanks, Teresa. I'll defer to you, and I may wrap up, but yeah, I'll let you go ahead. Thanks.
Okay, thanks so much, Paul. Okay, so thank you for your attention this afternoon. As the mayor noted, this is somewhat unusual for staff not to recommend referral of the zoning case. So I'd like to make a brief presentation just to orient council to the case. As the mayor said, the applicant does have an opportunity to speak when staff makes a recommendation not to move the case forward, and I believe our applicant is here and on the call today. So just quickly, a little bit about the case. The site is located at the southeast corner of Main and 2nd in the Mount Pleasant neighborhood. It is located within the Mount Pleasant community plan. And the existing zoning on the site today is industrial, or the IC1, IC2, excuse me. Go ahead, Dean. The proposal does comply with the Mount Pleasant plan. It's an 11-story project with ground floor retail. It contains 130 units of market rental housing with ground floor retail. Height is about 107 feet with an SFR at just over 5. And the applicant is not proposing a CAC in either the form of cash or on-site below market rental. And the applicant will be seeking a DCL waiver valued at approximately $2.39 million. Next slide. As the staff conducted our policy review of this report, the particular policy that the application doesn't comply with is financing growth. These are the policies that are critical to financing growth and providing the benefits necessary to support growth. They're long-standing policies that have been adopted by council. They're published on our website. Both staff and the development industry use this well-established framework to guide the evaluation of rezoning applications. Now, specifically, when we talk about the community amenity contribution policy, that does set out the policy to secure public benefits from rezoning. The city seeks a contribution in the form of cash or in-kind amenity to support the delivery of those public benefits. A couple of common examples of that, as the council knows, is the provision of on-site affordable housing. That's one common method. The other one is a cash contribution. That cash is then collected through the capital plan process and used to fund those off-site benefits, such as the renewal of a community center. The Mount Pleasant plan, it does anticipate at least 7,000 new residents and about 3,000 new jobs by 2040. And there are sites identified through that plan for increased high density along with those housing objectives. But the CAC is an identified mechanism for securing growth-related infrastructure and amenities, cash to support the delivery of growth, the growth of related amenities. Now this site is subject to a negotiated CAC. The real estate staff analyzed the pro forma, and they determined that the increase in FSR and the change from industrial to residential does indeed generate a land lift. However, the application does not include any below market rental units or a cash CAC offer. Therefore, the application does not comply with the CAC policy. Now, this next slide, we've done a kind of a quick analysis of all of the rental rezoning applications since 2017. And these are all of the 100% rental applications, just like this one. And what you see here is 56 projects. The red dots are the 27 projects. Those are small projects, typically under 6 stories. Those projects are exempt from CAC, and they don't go through a pro forma review. The orange dots, there are 13 of those. They're not exempt. All of those did undergo a pro forma review. However, that analysis concluded that there was no lift generated from those projects. And then the green dots, the 16 remaining ones, those are all 100% rental rezonings that went through the pro forma analysis, and a lift was established. And the CAC was used in all of these cases to embed below market units in these buildings. Okay, so next slide. So in summary, the application, while it is generally consistent with the Mount Pleasant plan in terms of high density and form of development, it does not comply with the city CAC policy. Staff has concluded that the rezoning from industrial does generate the capacity for a $4.4 million CAC with the DCL waiver of $2.39 million. Therefore, staff cannot support this case, and we recommend that council not refer this to public hearing. Okay, and then this last slide, we wanted to make sure that we were laying out the clear options that the council has in this case today. The council can refer the application to public hearing, or they can refuse the application, not send it forward to public hearing, or they can refer the application back to staff with specific instructions. So now, also, if the council does determine to send this case forward to public hearing, the council, again, at public hearing, after they've heard from the speakers, also have 3 options there: to approve the CD1 in principle with the conditions of approval, or to refuse it, the application based on the staff recommendation, or to refer it back to staff with instructions. So with that, council, I'm happy to answer any questions, and I believe our applicant is here and prepared to make some remarks himself.
Okay, thanks so much, council. I think the best thing to do now is to get all the information out first, and that is to have the applicant present. We have Hani Lamam here from Cressy Development, and then we'd have an opportunity to ask questions to both the staff and the applicant in the same round. And if we don't have enough time, we can always get a second round. So perhaps we can move to hearing from the applicant now. Do we have Hani Lamam on the line?
Yes, I am here. Thank you.
Great. Yeah, go ahead. Just take your time and make your case.
Just trying to figure out how to share my screen.
Okay. Yep, we can see it now. I'm just checking to make sure it's on the public. Yep, it's on both screens. So whenever you're ready.
Perfect. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. Again, it's just a little bit more background again about the application to review some of the details. This application began in 2015. The subject property is located at the southeast corner of Main and 2nd. Needless to say, this is a very prominent, high-profile corner location. The proposal is for 130 units of for-profit affordable rental housing, plus some retail at grade. The application is in full compliance with the provisions of the Mount Pleasant Community Plan. We are not asking for any extra density, and there are no negatives really associated with the application. There's no displacement of any existing rental housing. Basically, this is as harmless and innocuous as an application gets. The only disagreement between staff and the applicant is with respect to the community mandated contribution. And it's not like the application lacks in its contributions to public benefits. We are proposing to secure all 130 units as market rentals for 60 years for the life of the building. This is a specific public benefit that was identified in the Mount Pleasant Community Plan, but more on that later. Initial rents for the rental units would be capped at the east side DCL waiver rates. We would be contributing a new stormwater connection to Guelph Park into the stormwater system. Guelph Park, also known as Dew Chilling Park, is located 6 blocks away from our proposed development. Other offsite improvements include installing new electrical and communication duct banks for the city, making a $75,000 cash contribution for future installation of a pedestrian signal at East 3rd and Main, and the undergrounding of surrounding utilities. Specifically, the Mount Pleasant Community Plan includes the following policy directive in section 4.1. It says, seek to reduce barriers to the construction of new rental market housing and provide more market rental housing in Mount Pleasant. Please also note that the following quotes come directly from the Mount Pleasant Community Plan implementation package. First quote, the city's Rental 100 program provides incentives to encourage new secured market rental housing and is anticipated to add to the inventory of secured market rental units in the community. Second quote.
Speaker, do you have, are there slides supposed to be moving, or are we just on?
No, we're still on the first slide.
Okay,
here.
Okay, thanks.
Second quote, 10-year direction, encourage secured market rental development in apartment areas through the Rental 100 program and associated incentives.
Your sound is breaking up a
Rental
little
housing
bit.
ODP. Another quote, key priorities noted in the approved Mount Pleasant Community Plan that relate to public benefits include adding affordable housing, including both market and non-market rental. So this is what we relied upon when we undertook to do this project in 2015. So, basically, we disagree with the proposal's ability to make an additional CAC contribution beyond the previously described public benefits. The problem lies with the interpretation of the CAC policy and its various iterations and the CAC implementation package. Now, remembering that our application was commenced in 2015. Before January 2020, the CAC policy stated that for negotiated CACs, the CAC should be identified through an assessment of the development economics of the donor project. The CAC policy was revised in January of 2020 to say that the CACs determined through negotiations will target a minimum of 75% of the increase in land value based upon the rezoning application. We don't have a problem with that. And then the CAC implementation procedures say that the increase in land value is determined by calculating a rezoned value of the land and deducting the value of the land under existing zoning. We don't really have a problem with that either. But we do have a problem with the way real estate department is interpreting the value of the land under existing zoning. So real estate's method of determining value of land under existing zoning disregards the market value of the land. Instead, real estate determines the value of our property as if the Mount Pleasant Community Plan, which was approved more than 10 years ago, never existed. As if the only way to develop the property is under the specific restrictions of the existing zoning. Again, ignoring the directions and the policies set out in the community plan. By ignoring all comparable sale transactions in the immediate vicinity of our property under the same zoning. By ignoring the specific site attributes such as location and visibility. And by ignoring BC Assessment's value of the property, which the city relies upon in order to collect property taxes. By ignoring all of the above, real estate decided that the project can afford to pay a CAC of $4.4 million, which is almost $35,000 a unit. However, if you take into account the actual market value of the property, which we had to pay to acquire it, the project barely turns a profit. The only way to justify these rental projects is by holding the building for a minimum period of 10 years. Once the mortgage has been paid down and after refinancing, the cash flow from operations finally starts to make sense. How does real estate actually get to the CAC determination? First, we showed you in the previous slide that they minimize the value of the land under existing zoning by ignoring market value and coming up with a fictitious value. It is fictitious because you can't actually go out and buy land for that price. Next, they inflate the rezoned value of the land by manipulating costs and revenues. If you minimize costs by choosing to exclude some costs, such as financing costs, and maximizing revenue by relying on top of market cap rates, you can maximize potential profits and in turn maximize residual land value, which real estate then determines is the rezoned value of the land, which is obviously inflated. By creating this artificial land lift, they can now argue for a CAC contribution. But if they were to use the market value of the land, say as determined by an impartial third party, such as BC Assessment, and if they relied on market average cap rates, real estate would be hard-pressed to conclude that a CAC would be afforded by the project. We as developers don't have the luxury of working in a pretend world where the market factors and influences do not exist. In the real world, we have to pay market price for the land, and if the land is located at the prime intersection of Main and 2nd, the gateway into Mount Pleasant, we may even have to pay a premium. The fact is that if you use real-world land values, real-world costs, and real-world revenues, the proposed project fails to meet normal performance metrics for development feasibility. The conflict lies in the interpretation of the council-approved CAC policy, which targets a minimum of 75% of the increase in land value resulting from a rezoning application. The CAC implementation policy, which is not council-approved, distinguishes between the rezoned value of the land and the value of the land under existing zoning. It does not say that we should ignore the market value of the land under existing zoning. If we insist on ignoring the market value of the land, it will be impossible to make rental projects feasible without a massive density bonus. Like in the West End, for example, where we increased density from 2.2 FSR to 7 FSR for secured rental housing. In our case, we're not asking for any extra density beyond what the Mount Pleasant Community Plan already permits for strata condominium development. In a nutshell, the project simply cannot afford a CAC contribution based upon the economics of the project. Full stop. We have shared these numbers with the real estate department. The real estate department's interpretation and application of the CAC implementation procedures is stifling rental housing construction. On the one hand, we want to incentivize rental housing construction through the Vancouver Housing Strategy, and then the CAC policy, in the way real estate chooses to interpret it, undermines the housing policies and claws back all the incentives by imposing a cash CAC contribution. So we have two recommendations. First, please refer our application to a public hearing and allow us to have a fulsome discussion. Next, and in general, consider exempting rental housing applications altogether from the CAC policy and implementation procedures. This will dramatically accelerate the processing and delivery of secured market rental buildings. To be clear, except where big density increases are awarded through rezoning, there is no windfall that benefits the developer in these circumstances. The big beneficiaries are rental tenants who are going to benefit from an increased inventory of rental housing options and from the relief the new options provide for relieving demand pressure on more affordable rental housing options currently existing in the marketplace. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Council, so now we're going to move to questions for staff or the applicant. Maybe just let us know at the beginning who you'd like to answer your question. And also if try not to talk about the kind of structural merits of the project or things that we'd normally talk about at public hearing. We really only need to do that if we refer this to public hearing. So really we're you know, perhaps limit yourself to the information that the applicant has brought to your attention or staff have brought to your attention. And I'll just jump in if I think it's going a little too far over, although I'm just guessing at this too. So we'll do our best together. Thank you. Councillor DeGenova, up to 5 minutes.
Thanks, Mayor. Mayor Stewart, I wanted to ask a question of our staff, and that's in regards to the CAC policy that I understand was expressed in Teresa O'Donnell's presentation is not being met, and that's the reason that staff is suggesting that this not be referred. I'm just wondering what kind of inequity this would create between other projects that, although they may have met the Mount Pleasant plan, did also meet the CAC policy. So what kind of inequities would that cause among separate projects?
Just thinking about your question, Councillor DeGenova.
Because it was in the presentation, I feel that I should be able to ask
let me just finish. I just think we do have to be careful about talking about other projects too specifically, just because we're thinking about this particular project. So I'll just provide that direction to staff before they answer.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councillor, for the question. That's a good question. It is unusual for staff to recommend the council refuse a public hearing, and this is the first time we've done that. That refusal was based solely on the application's failure to comply with CAC. The other projects that we've typically we do require compliance with the CAC to move forward.
Thank you. And because you spoke about the broader policy, are other and it is in the context of this policy, and it being said by staff, and I want to be very clear to the mayor, this was a part of the presentation, so this information I need to have this.
Yep.
So it was said that this is a policy. There's one policy that's being met, another policy that's not being met. Has staff recommended in the past that others not meeting this policy in this specific district schedule move forward and are referred?
Thank you for the question. That's correct. Staff we have not had a project that didn't meet policy to date that I'm aware of.
Thank you. Those are my questions for now. Mayor, I'm prepared to move our recommendation, one of the recommendations, and would it be best I go back on the queue to do that?
Well, we'll just I'm just on the questions queue now, so we'll just see how it plays out. I don't really promise, you know, that to reserve spots for people moving things, but I'm going to move on to Councillor Kirby-Yung now for up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, thanks. I have two questions, one for the applicant, so I'll start with that first. And thank you for the perspective. I just want to follow up on one comment that you made. And you were commenting that it didn't make sense because you would have to hold on to the building, i.e. I think you said for up to 10 years. So just to clarify, are you saying that you are disagreeing or frustrated because you couldn't sell the building in a short period of time after it was completed?
No, not at all. Actually, we as a company are you know, big landlords in this marketplace, so we hold our buildings. We have no intention of selling. My point is that if these buildings don't create a windfall, so the reality is, if you use the real cost that we incur to build them, that there is no CAC. The only way the CAC was justified was by comparing our property to other similarly zoned, not the same zoning, actually just sort of similar zoning in the Clark Drive corridor.
Okay, I'm going to leave it there just for time because I have limited time, but I appreciate that. I just want a clarification on that one question. Thank you. I have another question for staff with the time I have, and it's just with respect to clarification on the policy piece is falling under the Mount Pleasant plan. And we heard commentary that this isn't different than what the plan permits, but I wonder if staff can clarify that point, because I see on page 6 of the referral report, it says that the plan allows for maximum FSR of 5 and for strata type residential development, but we're considering obviously a rental proposal here. So can you comment on how that does or does not meet the policy with respects to, I think the comment was that there's no additional density being requested beyond what the plan permitted?
Hi, Councillor Kirby-Yung. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, great. Okay. Yep, that's correct. The 5.02 FSR is generally in alignment with the FSR set out in the plan. We do, on occasion, allow for increased density for the provision of rental housing, which is the case here. Just another note, the residential tenure, the plan doesn't actually set very strict boundaries against what that could be. We did at the time anticipate strata residential. Things have shifted. We do allow for market rental at this location. The other thing I just wanted to point out was the plan and the public benefit strategy does specifically identify that these sites are expected to deliver not only housing, but affordable housing. So that's a #1 priority. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I'll leave it there for now.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Kirby-Yung. We're on to Councillor Daminato up to 5.
Thanks, Mayor. I have a question for the applicant, and it's just to I appreciate your frustrations, but my question is specifically around the not the CACs, but the DCL waiver, which I appreciate you can seek that waiver, but would you consider foregoing the DCL waiver? Is my question.
Yeah, the DCL waiver definitely helps in us delivering affordability. Now, if we did not take the DCL waiver, we would just, we would be free to set whatever, rents that the market can bear. But our preference is to deliver affordability. That's what we want to do. If we were directed to not take the waiver, and then we would accept that as well. But I think we would like to deliver affordability. That's our goal.
Okay, thank you. That was all.
Thanks. I do have 2 councillors on the queue. Councillor Dejanova, you do have a few minutes left for questions.
I'm prepared to move the staff's recommendations A.
You can do that,
I'd like to do that,
but
yes.
Councillor Kirby-Yung is on the queue for questions still, just so you know.
I understand Councillor Kirby-Yung has asked questions, so I'm prepared to move the recommendations.
Okay. Do we have a seconder then?
Councillor Boyle.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Okay, so we're on the main queue. Councillor Dejanova, you have up to 5 minutes.
Mayor, I was on for a point of procedure. Just noting.
You can just for that verbally. Go ahead.
I was just wondering if I could make a motion if council wanted to consider extending past 5 to complete the business, because I know we're hitting that 10-minute mark shortly.
Yeah, can I come back to you? And I'll come back to you in about 10 minutes and see if we finish this item.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Dejanova, up to 5 for debate and decision.
Thanks very much. And I do want to say that I really appreciate the applicant's presentation and walking us through this. And it's not an easy decision in the sense of the fact is a lot of that does resonate with me, and understanding that, the cost of CACs, although they are a public benefit, they do often add to the cost of housing. Also understanding that DCL waivers do provide affordability, and I think that actions speak louder than words, and I certainly have supported that with my voting record in making sure that those opportunities are available to deepen affordability. That being said, in looking at policy, and policy is very specific in that something may meet one policy but not another policy. And looking at fairness overall, and I'm trying to be careful, Mayor Stewart, and heed your comments. But I also did hear our Director of Planning, Development, and Sustainability note that specifically other projects had met those policies and they had not referred a project to move forward that had not met both the CAC policy and the Mount Pleasant plan. So for those reasons and you know, considering the answers to my questions, I'm prepared to support staff's recommendations. I do hope that there will be, you know, some work that the developer can do with staff and find a way to move forward with this. That being said, you know, when I look at sort of public amenities that especially families, and when we look at like families and housing, overall, a lot of people are relying on public amenities because they don't have the traditional single family detached home any longer. They may not have their own yard, and we look at amenities in lots of different ways. I'm not saying that there isn't a public benefit to what the applicant in this case is trying to do, but if staff don't feel that that meets the policy right now, I'm prepared to support staff on their recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Yung, up to 5.
No, I was going to make a motion to extend, but I understand one councillor has a childcare pickup, so I won't make that motion. Thanks.
Okay, we're almost there. Councillor Hardwick, up to 5 for debate.
Great, thank you. Well, paradoxically, I will support the staff recommendations. That said, I question the veracity of the underlying policies, including the Housing Vancouver strategy and the Pay for Growth policy. Overall, this paradigm has inflated land values throughout the city through upward rezoning, and this paradigm needs to be reconsidered, as ultimately it's an unsustainable model. But weighing this all in the balance, it's preferable to support staff's recommendation at this time. But I do emphasize that this entire policy area needs a rethink. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Wiebe, up to 5.
Yeah, my question to proponent. You made a comment stating
Sorry,
that
we're not on questions anymore. That we're on debate.
Okay, I will be supporting staff. One of the comments was made that this is like the Mount Pleasant plan didn't exist. The Mount Pleasant plan, I sat on that implementation committee. The goal was not to raise property values significantly, recognizing that that lift be utilized to build amenities in the neighborhood and ensure that we created a complete community. And I think that staff are supporting that, and I will be supporting staff. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Just trying to get this pulled up on screen so people see what we're voting for. Clerks, any luck yet? Pulling that up on the public screen. There we go. So that council, just so the public knows as well, that's what we'll be voting on here. I don't see anybody else on the queue for debate, so I'll move to the vote. Councillor Dominato. Just remind council that if you're in, just to take a close look at the screen. Councillor Dominato, I need you to cast your vote. Oh, I see a yellow triangle by Councillor Dominato's name. Thanks. Council, we're just have 8 minutes here, so we might just hang on until hopefully Councillor Dominato comes back online. But as per our other, there I hear that see the yellow square gone. Councillor Dominato, do you need a vote assist?
Sorry, my computer crashed. Are we voting on recommendation A that was moved by Councillor DiGenova, the staff recommendation?
That's right. To support the staff, it's a yes. To move forward to the public hearing, it would be in opposition.
So I'm in favor of the staff recommendation.
Okay, thanks. We'll mark you as that. Thank you. And okay, council, that has passed unanimously. So this will not go to public hearing, and staff can work with the applicant to see what else they can come up with. Okay, thank you so much, everybody, for that. We are at 4:53, council. We have a whack of bylaws to get through next, so I suggest we just break now for dinner and come back at 6 p.m. So thanks everybody, and we'll see you back at 6. We have 48 bylaws on the agenda. I'm going to have to just ask you to confirm that you have reviewed the proceedings of the meetings if you want to vote, and I'll go through those individually before we call for the larger votes. Let's see, bylaw 27 is from the public hearing of July 9th and 11th. Councillor Fry, you are absent for this item. Have you reviewed the proceedings and will you be voting?
Oh, sorry, I have not and I will not.
Okay, clerks are just going to take a running kind of count of these, and then that it'll be reflected in the votes. Bylaw 32 is from the public hearing on June 5th. At previous council meetings, many councillors noticed they had reviewed the proceedings and were therefore eligible to vote. Councillors Dominato, Kirby-Yung, and Swanson still need to review to be eligible to vote. So, Councillor Dominato, have you reviewed and will you be voting?
No, I have not and will not.
Councillor Kirby-Yung?
Please repeat the bylaw number, Mayor.
It is bylaw 32 from the public hearing of June 5th.
I have not. I will not.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Swanson?
No, and no.
Okay, thanks. Anybody wish to hold any of these
Yeah.
bylaws for debate or separate vote?
It
Councillor
says
Swanson?
loading interface.
Okay. Councillor, so I'm just see a number of hands up. Councillor Hardwick, then Councillor Weeb. Councillor Hardwick?
Thank you. Yes, please. I would like to hold number 43 and 48 for separate vote, please.
43 and 48. Okay. Councillor Weeb? You're on mute, I think.
I'll be holding 8 and 16 and have to declare due to abundance of caution due to my interest in both these improvement areas, and from legal staff, I will be stepping away from 8 and 16, and I will be voting against 39. So I'd like 39 removed as well, the tree protection bylaw.
Okay. Councillor Swanson? Councillor Swanson, we heard you there.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. I just
Can you
can't see
hold
you.
47?
47. Okay. So let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 were held. So I think let's just go through them one at a time. So we'll I'll need somebody to move bylaw number.
So moved, Councillor DiGenova.
43, bylaw 43 moved and seconded.
Second, Councillor Carr.
Great. Any debate on 43 held by Councillor Hardwick? I'm just, you'll need to put yourself on the queue now if you want to debate these. I don't see anybody on the queue, so I'm going to call a vote.
Are we voting on screen, Mayor Stewart? If
43.
so, I'll need a vote assist. Is Councillor DiGenova point of privilege in favor? Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor.
And I didn't vote, and it attributed me incorrectly.
Well, no, it's still, we're voting still underway.
Mayor, there's no
Mayor,
point of
Mayor,
privilege.
it's the clerk. I think the vote ended by accident. I would recommend you reset, please.
Okay, please, let's do that then. Okay. Great. So we're voting again on that one, number 43. Councillor DeGenova, you need a vote.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I didn't want to have to ask again. In favor, please, for me. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. That has passed with Councillor Hardwick in opposition. We're going to move to number 48, and I need somebody to move bylaw number 48.
So moved, Councillor DiGenova.
Do you have a seconder?
Second, Councillor Carr.
Okay, if there's any debate, I've got the queue open. I don't see anybody on the queue, so we'll call a vote. Councillor DeGenova, do you need a vote assist?
Yes, point of privilege, Mayor Stewart. A vote assist in favor. Sorry, I was
Okay,
muted. Thank you.
No problem. Yeah. Okay, Councillor Kirby-Yung, too. We need you to vote on this one.
Sorry, my mouse. Okay, there it is. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. That has passed with Councillor Hardwick in opposition. Okay, Councillor, we don't have to hold 8 and 16. The clerks have noticed you wouldn't be voting on those due to the conflict, but 39 you've asked to hold. So I'll ask somebody to move bylaw number 39.
So moved.
So moved, Councillor DeGenova.
Councillor Dominato moved, seconded by Councillor DeGenova. And any debate on this one? Please put yourself on the queue. Councillor Weave, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll be voting against this, recognizing that we are in a biodiversity emergency and the importance of trees to reducing GHGs. And I think it's important that we look at what options are available, including a tree bank in the future, to protect our canopy here in Vancouver.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else on the queue, so we'll call a vote on that one.
Point of privilege, Councillor DeGenova, on the vote assist in favor, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that has passed with Councillor Weave, Hardwick, and Fry in opposition. And the last one is number 47. Rats, I didn't write down who held that one.
So moved, Councillor DeGenova.
Great.
Councillor Swanson.
It was Councillor Swanson, Mayor.
Great. Okay, thanks very much. So we'll, Councillor DeGenova moved it. Do we have a seconder?
Second, Councillor Carn.
Okay, so I've got the queue open if anybody wants to speak to this one. I don't see anybody on the queue, so we'll move to the vote.
Point of privilege, Councillor DeGenova, please record me as in favor. Mayor Stewart.
Yep, thank you. It's recorded. And that is passed with Councillor Swanson and Hardwick in opposition. And now I'll need someone to move that.
So moved, Councillor DeGenova.
The remaining bylaws. Yes,
Second, Councillor Carn.
Councillor Carr, thank you very much. I'll check if there's any discussion on these. I don't see anybody on the queue. So we can just do oral vote. All in favor say yay.
Yay. Yay.
Opposed say nay.
Yay.
I take that as a yay. So the motion carries. Thank you very much. And the list of bylaws can be found on the city's website. Okay, Council, we're moving on to administrative motions. There's only one. This is the resolution. It's a closure and sale of a portion of road adjacent to 2929 West 29th Avenue. And does anybody wish to declare a conflict on this item? If so, let me know. And I'll ask Council if you have questions for staff. These are the times to ask on this item. I don't see anybody on the queue. Someone like to move the motion, please?
So moved.
Councillor Kirby-Yung,
Councillor DeGenova.
thank you, by Councillor DeGenova. I have the queue open if people would like to debate this. I don't see anybody on the queue. So we can just do an oral vote on this one. All in favor say yay.
Yay.
Yay. Yay.
Opposed say nay. Thank you, that's passed. Okay, so now we're on the notices of council members' motions for the upcoming meetings. And I'll just give folks a chance to populate the queue. Please, reminder to please state the title of the motion and the date of the council meeting on which you intend to move the motion. And then send them in. So we have Councillor Kirby-Yung, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. This might sound familiar, but submitted by myself and jointly with Councillor Boyle for the January 18th, 2022 or first council meeting of 2022, motion titled Towards a Quieter and Emission-Free Landscape Maintenance Equipment Future in Vancouver.
Okay, thank you. And sorry, did you say the date is for the next council meeting?
I said it was for January 18th, 2022, or the first council meeting of that year.
Okay, thanks so much. Councillor Bly.
Thanks, Mayor. I have one motion on notice, and that is a response strategy for vulnerable populations during extreme hot weather conditions.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Swanson.
I have one for July 6th called Keeping the Public in the Information Loop.
Okay, and you're going to be moving it for which meeting?
July 6th.
July 6th. Okay. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm calling notice on a motion prioritizing the night economy as part of the city's restart strategy for July 6th.
Okay. Thank you. Just 1 second, please. We're over to Councillor Weeb next.
I have a motion on notice called Keys to Housing Affordability for July 6, 2021.
Okay. Thank you. Right. I've got one. Just bear with me while I find the title here. Let's see. Just trying to find the title. One second, Council. Okay, thanks. It is Toward Reconciliation, renaming Trutch Street, and that is for the next council meeting. Okay, thanks, Council. That's it for notice of members' motion. We have.
Point of privilege, Mayor Stewart.
Yes, go ahead.
It's Councillor DiGenova. I'm just trying to log on right now to WebEx. If you could have made the queue for inquiry, thank you.
Yeah, I will. We've got new business first, and we have 2 items for new business, at least. So the first one is request for leaves of absence for myself for civic business for meetings on Wednesday, June 23rd from 3 to 10, and Councillor Carr for civic business for meetings on Thursday, June 24th from 3 to 4. Someone like to move this motion?
So moved, Councillor DiGenova.
Thank you. Seconder?
Second, Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much. All in favor, yay?
Yay.
A.
Okay.
Point of personal privilege, Mayor?
Just gonna finish this. Nay? Unless you can't say nay, or you stop from voting? No? If we don't have any nays, then that's passed. Councillor Hardwick, unless it was related to that vote.
It was related to another LOA.
Sure. I mean, you can move that now if you like, I think. Am I right,
No,
Clerk?
it was actually moved in my case on April 16th. The LOA was requested for a Metro committee actually a long time ago, but I have record of it here having been requested on April 16th, and I just wanted to be confirming that I will be away from 1 to 5 tomorrow. May have been because of the changes in the clerk.
Okay. Just gotta check with the clerk on that one. Clerks, do we have any information on that?
Just one moment, Mayor.
Thanks.
Mayor, we have Councillor Hardwick as a LOA from 1 till 5 tomorrow, along with Councillor Swanson, Councillor Kirby Young, and yourself for other times as well.
Okay, that's is that to answer the question, Councillor Hardwick?
Yes, I just wanted to confirm. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks so much. So I have a piece of new business, and I'll have to cede the floor to Deputy.
I have my WebEx up now. Thank you.
Okay. So are you prepared to take the?
Please take over.
Sure. Okay.
Yes, I am.
Thanks so much. So I have a new business to introduce, Chair DeGenova.
Okay. Go ahead, please, Mayor Stewart.
Council. Yeah, thank you. So this is a motion that I'm hoping people won't call notice on, do with the state of emergency we've declared on COVID-19, and we've between us and the province, we're trying to sort out just how we roll these off. What we don't want to do is roll off our state of emergency and cause some kind of a confusion within the public. Say we rolled off ours before the province was rolled off theirs. It may get misreported and people might stop doing what they're doing. So this motion is merely to instruct the Director of Legal Services to bring forward enactment for to repeal the state of emergency bylaw 12661 at the first regular council meeting that comes after the provincial state of emergency has been lifted. So again, this is a technical thing, but just bringing it forward to ensure that we don't cause any confusion in terms of the physical distancing and other orders brought in by the province. So
Second.
Thanks, Mayor Stewart. I see others on the queue, so I'll ask the clerk to advance Councillor Fry. Is it for this item, Councillor Fry?
No, Chair. It's actually for my own new business.
Okay, and
Councillor DiGenova, this is the clerk. I will move to the main queue so that councillors may enter the queue.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Councillor Kirby-Yung?
No, not for this item. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no one on the queue and hearing Councillor Carr seconding the item, please proceed, Mayor Stewart, and appreciate it that the clerk will move us to the main queue. Thank you.
Yeah, we are on the main queue now. I don't really have anything else to add. Just again, it's more of an administrative thing to make sure we don't confuse the public.
Okay, seeing no one else on the queue, I will, I'll just wait. I like to count to 3 in case anyone's trying to get on the queue. 1, 2, 3. And I think we can call a vote on this. Council, please vote on screen. And I will ask the clerk to read the vote results.
The vote is complete, Chair, with no one in opposition.
Thanks very much. Over to you, Mayor Stewart.
Thanks very much, Councillor DiGenova. Right, so I've got, so if you want to put yourself on the queue, if there's any other new business, I've got Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So I also have a motion that I'm hoping nobody will call notice on. This is a UBCM motion that we'd like to get in before June the 30th, which is the deadline, and it's regarding the BC Utilities Commission regulation of municipal energy systems, and this came to us from our staff. The gist of it is, in August of 2019, the BCUC introduced and established an inquiry to look at energy utilities affiliated with municipalities and regional districts. And the intent of this motion is to really sort of insulate us in the event that the BCUC decides to take an oversight role, as a result of this inquiry, that we still retain sort of municipal control over our energy systems, so that we can really take a more progressive and comprehensive look at some of the priorities that drive municipal energy utilities now, which is obviously climate change and local governance.
Second, Councillor DiGenova.
All right, well, yeah, I don't have to keep talking then. Thank you, Councillor DiGenova.
Great, thanks. And I'll pull up the main queue now if anybody would like to speak to this. Councillor Kirby-Yung, go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, I have a couple of clarification questions if I could ask for you to the mover.
Sure, point of information, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. First one, Councillor Fry, you said it came through staff. How did that come through staff? I don't recall.
The mayor's office had reached out and asked for advice on how to best frame the language around getting this into UBCM in such a short timeline.
Okay, so it came from the mayor's office. It didn't come from city staff then? You said city staff. I'm trying to clarify and understand.
Apparently through city staff by way of the mayor's office.
So did it come from the utility staff then?
You know, I didn't think to ask.
Okay. Okay, a follow up on that one. In terms of the energy utility piece, because we are governed by, I'm not just asking questions, I'm not intending to call notice, but I just want to make sure I'm grounded in this before voting. So it's a question. We're governed by the Vancouver Charter, but Vancouver obviously uniquely operates our own energy utility. So are we not protected through the charter, or no? Because that operation sits outside of that and was not anticipated in the charter.
Well, I think that's the concern, and I should add that this is also an issue for other local governments. Like I believe Nelson has their own utility. I think New Westminster may have their own energy utility. So obviously they have the community charter, we have the Vancouver Charter that governs us, but the BCUC would, this is more of an insulation or an insurance, I should say, in the event that the BCUC wants complete oversight. So they haven't made those recommendations yet, so we're sort of anticipating that.
Okay, and then third and final question, and thanks for indulging me, that it says sort of to redesign the regulatory regime to maintain or expand. So are we fearful that powers will be taken away, or is this just really about modernization?
I think it's both. So this is based on conversations that our intergovernmental team have had with other local governments and concerns that not just the city of Vancouver has. So we're sort of trying to be anticipatory in the event that something comes forward.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Councilor Janova, up to 5 minutes on this one.
Thanks very much. I also have a point of info for Councillor Fry.
Sure.
If you'll indulge me, Mayor. Councillor Fry, are you thinking about the ultimate ramifications that this could literally have on ratepayers and people who are trying to be more green in their energy usage, such as some of the UC, I suppose the BC Utilities Commission's decisions in the past, such as their decisions regarding creative energy?
Certainly there would be concerns. This is more about municipal. So I appreciate that creative energy would fall under that.
The BCUC has said before that if they feel that there's a monopoly, that they will not allow it to move forward, and that has had consequences and has perhaps affected decisions in the past. Is that something that you're looking to address here?
You know, I think what BCUC reeled on creative energy was around a monopoly on a specific district energy system. So that does not concern me because we're not talking about the entire city of Vancouver. It's a district energy system within.
had decision-making power then, and as you said, this motion would ultimately give municipalities more power. So is that what you're intending to do? So that if the municipality wanted to move forward with something like that, we would be able to?
I think it's about getting more local choice and redesigning the regulatory regime so that local governments have a little bit more say and that this isn't decided by BCUC in its entirety. So,
for example, if the same thing were to happen again, it would be about local choice in municipalities instead of BCUC's decision.
Correct.
Is that correct?
I think BCUC would still be allowed to have a say, but they wouldn't have the say.
Thanks very much. I wholeheartedly support this. I think that really the unintended consequences when we look at ratepayers and using the carrot, not so much the stick, to move things forward here is really important when we consider balancing affordability and climate action, which is something that I've said from the beginning that I feel we have to do to be able to allow people to live in the city of Vancouver. I want to give them the spending power and the dollars back to be able to invest in green energy. So I do support this, Councillor Fry, and thanks for bringing it forward.
Thank you. That's it for questions or comments, so I can move us to a vote on this one. Councillor Weep, just need your vote. Thank you. That's unanimous. Thank you so much, Councillor Fry. We're still on new business. Does anybody have, I'm going to clear this queue. Sorry, I'm just going to move us back to the question queue. So if folks have new business, please put yourself on the queue. Councillor Kirby-Yung, you have new business?
Oh, no, I thought you were moving to next queue.
I just want to finish off new business and then I'm going to move on to inquiries and other matters. So I can do that now. I'll move to inquiries and other matters. So Councillor Kirby-Yung, you're on the queue for that one.
Yeah, thank you. I have a couple that relate to the extreme heat, and I used to ask this question. 1 second.
Okay.
Sorry, I canceled the vacuum in the background. I have two questions. I used to ask this one at Park Board, and it was always helpful because we received questions if the city manager could advise if plans and sort of the normal policy that we have in place to activate cooling centers just in the hot extreme heat in summertime, just as we do in the wintertime. So that's my first question.
Okay. City manager.
So thanks,
Council, for the question. So the city does have an extreme heat plan, and it's activated based on certain triggers that are defined by Environment Canada heat warnings. And within that, we then have a series of actions that we take. There are 2 thresholds, and cooling centers is one of those measures that we adopt, and we do communicate those details out. In the case of more severe heat conditions, we actually expand the hours that those are available. So that's one of the measures that we would implement in response to extreme heat.
Okay, and so can we expect activation this coming weekend if we're looking at 30-degree plus temperatures, or what's the activation trigger? Maybe just so that people are aware.
Yeah, right now the current forecast does not meet our trigger. We're of course watching this very closely, and we'll adjust. We have implemented though cooling centers that those will be in effect this coming weekend. I think the forecasts are quite localized that we use. So Environment Canada, it really is City of Vancouver as opposed to the Fraser Valley or communities that are inland from us. And generally the temperatures in City of Vancouver are materially lower, but our staff monitor this kind of on an ongoing basis, and our team's ready to adjust as need be based on those updated forecasts.
Okay, and a couple follow-ups. One question that I get asked is that was always incredibly popular was the pop-up stray parks with the FRS, with Vancouver Fire. Still plans to do those again because it augments the number of stray park infrastructure that we have across the city and city parks.
Yeah, those are one of the measures that we implement when we get to an extreme heat alert as declared by Vancouver Coastal Health. So that's kind of at the level 2 response.
Okay, but still in the toolkit as a.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, and then my other question, also related to heat, but slightly different topic, is just whether or not we're monitoring or looking at, given that we're still in, people have a long way to go before getting their second vaccine, and people are still outside, and the additional visitation on parks, which is significant, especially in key areas. Are we looking at additional garbage and recycling pickup in those areas? Because I know if you hit Spanish Banks or Kits or whatever on the weekend, it is packed. And there's a lot of rubbish that's building up, which isn't great from a health perspective either.
So our team, we do have, I believe, an update coming to council in writing on this. I can take that back and follow up with more detail, Councillor. But certainly we're alive to the issues in parks, the demand on the park space and the associated garbage that comes with that. So we definitely scale up our resources in the summertime, and have, based on council's additional investments in street cleaning this year, have kind of expanded generally in public realm cleaning, but I can follow up with more detail specifically on parks.
Okay, that would be super. Thanks, City Manager. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, so this afternoon, all of us on council got an email from 26 groups and 2 individuals, including most of the groups named in the Decriminalizing Poverty motion. And it was about that motion was about replacing police with community-led services. And this letter that we got says, quote, "At this time, we are making the difficult decision to cease any involvement with the process. We have outlined our concerns here to the city staff and reps of Reciprocal Consulting. In order to move forward to defunding police while supporting community-led initiatives, police and/or police-adjacent organizations can't be at the table."
Point of order.
So my question is, can the manager say, for the public's information, how does the city plan to respond to this letter and the concerns of the 26 groups? Thank you.
Thank you. Just before you respond, City Manager, we have a point of order, Councillor Dejanova.
I don't know if it's a point of order or a point of procedure, but I
you
see
have to
conflict
know
out of that motion,
but,
Mayor Stewart, so I need to
Councillor
conflict
Dejanova,
out not having that information.
Okay, so that's not
That's
not
what
a
I'm
point.
trying to note. Thank you.
Yes, but you shouldn't interrupt folks if it isn't a point of order. That's in the bylaws. So
I shouldn't be here if it's a conflict either.
that's right, but you have to let the
I have no
councillor.
warning.
You're
Thank you.
interrupting me now, and I would just say that you wait till the end of the statement. You're not in conflict to hear a statement. If you think you're in a conflict to hear the response, then you're welcome to exit the meeting.
Thank you. So if I could be placed in the waiting room, I suppose, or if the clerk has any suggestion as to how I should do that, because I can leave, but I need to come back because I'm next on the queue.
City Manager?
Thanks, Mayor Stewart, and thanks, Councillor, for the question. So yeah, I have received and reviewed the letter that you speak of. You mentioned there. The groups, a number of the groups that had signed on had also communicated separately with staff in Arts, Culture, and Community Services, conveyed the concerns that they've articulated there. So at this point in time, staff don't believe that the approach that we had recommended to council and that council had endorsed to proceed with this piece of work, we don't believe that approach is feasible, given the significant concerns that we expressed here and the indication that we've received that these groups, many of whom were named in council's motion, have indicated they're not prepared to participate. So at this point in time, we are reviewing that and considering what alternatives we might be able to suggest to council, and would be engaging as part of that with those groups that have signed on to that letter. So at this point, I don't have a specific recommendation for you, Councillor, but we are recommending, we're not proposing as staff to continue with that approach at this point. We don't believe it would be constructive or feasible. We don't believe it will produce the outcomes that we had expected in terms of being able to come back to council with recommendations. So we're regrouping on that, and we'll provide council with further updates as we're able.
Okay, thanks.
Is that it, Councillor Swanson?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Clerks, if you can inform Councillor Dejanova, she can come back into the room. I'll move on to her, and if she's not in the room, I'll just go ahead with Councillor Fry and put Councillor Dejanova back on the list.
I'm here.
Okay,
I'm
go
here,
ahead.
Mayor Stewart.
Yep,
Thank
go
you.
ahead.
My inquiry is regarding the motion moved by Mayor Stewart about the gender audit, is what I'm going to call it. And I haven't received a request to have an interview or have any input on that. And I'm just wondering, you know, as we continue on with these 16 to 18-hour days at council and thinking about people who may be wanting to run or considering running or dissuaded from running, and looking at increasing participation, especially of people who are female in politics and in local government. I'm just wondering when that will be complete, and when councillors, I'm assuming it's all councillors, but maybe it's just myself who hasn't received a request to be interviewed for this. Will receive this request.
Thanks, Councillor.
City Manager, maybe that's the clerks, is it?
Yeah.
I wasn't
if we have an
directing
answer
towards
to
you,
that.
Mayor Stewart, because it was a motion that passed and went to staff. Thank you.
Oh yeah, I think it would.
Indulge me in sharing that. Yes.
I think it did go to the clerks though.
Yes. Wherever you'd like
we
to
can-
direct the question. Thank you.
Yeah, I can follow up with to council with an update on the status of that work.
Thank you.
Anything else, Councillor Dejanova?
That's all for now. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, this is more of an other kind of announcement. Just to let everyone know that the National Zero Waste Council, of which I am a city appointee and sit as chair of the Product Design and Packaging Committee, on Thursday at 10 a.m. we will be hosting, and I'll be moderating, a webinar looking at recovering the momentum of reusables in retail. As this council will know, we certainly saw an increase in single-use items as a result of COVID, and that has impacted the direction to reduce single-use by bringing in reusables. What we did through the committee is we've engaged with the Toronto School of Public Health, the Dalla Lana, and representatives from the retail community, including representatives from Heinz Craft, Nature's Path, and and London Drugs. And together we'll be talking about how we can reintroduce reusables and really look at the science around COVID transmission on these reusables. So think shopping bags, reusable cups, those kind of things, and really recognizing that you know, the single-use item reduction is also a critical health strategy for the health of not just the planet, but for people as well. And so hoping that some of you might be able to join us at and details around the National Zero Waste site.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mayor. I was just looking for an update around the prospects of the Navigation Center. I know that there was, we were looking for siting, and if we have any further update on that.
Thanks. So yes, there has been a site identified. There's a nonprofit partner that's currently involved looking at purchasing that site and with support from BC Housing. So there has been progress made on that. Not able at this point to confirm that purchase or the location, but we're hopeful that that location will come together and we'll be able to move forward with that particular program.
Okay, great. Thank you.
With more specifics.
Yeah, I appreciate. I understand that. Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much. I don't see anybody else on the queue for this, so I guess we're to adjournment. Councillor Hardwick.
Motion to adjourn.
Okay, we have a seconder for that.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. All in favor of adjourning, say yay.
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 Say nay. Great, we're adjourned, clerks. We've done everything we need.
Yes, perfect, Mayor. Thanks.
Okay, thanks everybody. Enjoy the heat.
Thanks, Mayor.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks,
Bye,
everyone.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye all.